something in your card?
Yeah, I grabbed my work.
Sarah and staff, we about ready? Voting, we good?
Mike's back there.
Good morning, everyone. Welcome to the August 26th Board of Zoning Adjustment. First, I'd like to thank city staff who have prepared cases on your behalf. And secondly, I'd like to thank our fellow board members. We have 7 members, 5 of which are around the table today. And they volunteer their time twice a month to listen to your cases. Very experienced at it. And we appreciate their time. It's an unpaid position. We serve at the pleasure of our mayor. All right, with that said, Sarah, please confirm that city staff are available and tell us about the hybrid meeting.
Thank you. I will describe the procedures for today's hybrid meeting. First, for those joining us today online, please know that there are 2 categories of people participating in the meeting: attendees and panelists. Right now, the only panelists are board members and city staff. You do have Jazz Hayes is online. If you are an applicant or a member of the public who is interested in a case, please use the raise hand function when the case is announced to let staff know you would like to speak. There is a ribbon at the bottom of your Zoom screen with a hand icon. Please click this to raise your hand to request a promotion to panelist. You will need to accept the promotion in order to speak. It may appear temporarily as if you have been disconnected, but don't panic, you will reconnect shortly. If you are joining us via the Zoom app on a smartphone or computer, please change your screen name to reflect your legal name. If you're calling in from a phone line, you cannot adjust your screen name. It appears as your phone number. You can still provide testimony by raising your hand when the case is called by pressing star followed by the number 9. At the time of promotion, you must turn on your camera and microphone to be sworn in. Your microphone needs to always be on mute unless you are giving testimony at the appropriate time. The chat box is only for questions about the agenda. The merits of each case are not to be discussed in the chat box. For everyone who is joining us today in person, please approach the microphone on the podium located to the left of the seating area when it is appropriate to give testimony. Applicants may be seated at the center desk when the case is announced. Everyone planning to testify must sign in on the sign-in sheet that's in the vestibule. If you are here today in person, there is no need for you to be on the Zoom meeting as well. Joining the meeting in both
Sorry to interrupt. It doesn't appear I can hear the conference room there anymore.
Oh. One moment.
I can hear you now.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
All public testimony in person and virtual is subject to the following rules. The BZA secretary or their designated representative will identify you when it is time for you to speak. You must be sworn in under oath to provide testimony. Please provide your full name and address when you are sworn in. Everyone, board members, city staff, and members of the public, needs to speak closely and clearly into the microphone. The BZA has set time limits for all testimony during its meeting. These time limits are 15 minutes for staff presentations, 20 minutes for presentations by applicants, 2 minutes for testimony by individuals, and 5 minutes for testimony by persons representing an organization such as a neighborhood association, HOA, CID, or business association. You will hear an alarm when your allotted time is over. We ask that you be respectful and wrap up your statement once you hear the alarm. We ask that there be no repetitive or irrelevant testimony. If you wish to admit exhibits, you need to have your exhibits ready on a jump drive or ready to share on your screen, and email the exhibits if they are admitted to the assigned planner. The Board of Zoning Adjustment may take breaks during the day. These are typically taken around 10:30 a.m. and 12:30 p.m. and will be announced by the chair. And those are all of our procedures.
Thank you, Sarah. Before we start our meeting, I'd like to make sure everyone's together and would like to swear in all city staff. Ready? Do you solemnly swear or affirm to tell the truth and nothing but the truth in this meeting today?
Sarah Copeland, I do.
Anna Baker, I do.
Anna Naniski, I do.
Liz Collins, I do.
Connor Tomlin, I do.
Stephanie Saldari, I do.
Genevieve Kahn Smith, I do.
Justin Smith, I do.
Thank you. I'm going to turn it over to you, Sarah, again to identify the continuances and or dismissals for our agenda today.
We have 3 continuances and dismissals, beginning with docket item number 7, case CD BZA 2026-88, a request to approve a variance to the sign standards to permit a larger sign plus any other needed variances in a B4-5 zoning district on about 0.13 acres generally located at 1829 McGee Street. We request that this item be continued off docket. Docket item number 8 is case CD BZA 2025-204, a request to appeal a zoning violation related to dumpster screening on the subject site on about 0.355 acres generally located at 2926 Bellevue Avenue. We request this item be dismissed. And docket item number 9 is case CD BZA 2026-14, a request to appeal a zoning violation related to dumpster screening requirements on about 0.9 acres generally located at 2911 Bellevue Avenue. We request this item be dismissed.
Do you have any public testimony on these continuances and or dismissals?
There are no hands raised online.
Board members, I entertain a motion to those.
I'll make a motion
Thank you.
regarding docket items number 7. That one off docket, and then items number 8 and 9, I move that we dismiss those.
I have a motion from Ms. Wright. Do I have a second?
Second.
Second from Mr. Meyer.
Ebbets or Gorence? Wright,
Aye.
Hayes,
Aye.
Meyer,
Aye.
Ebbets.
Aye, those matters are acted upon. All right, I'll call the first case, Sarah, when you're ready.
Docket item number 1 is case CD SUP 2026-39, a request to approve a special use permit to site a blood/plasma center within an existing commercial strip mall on about 14.5 acres generally located at 8600 North Boardwalk Avenue. Anna Naniski is the staff planner for this case, and the applicant's attorney is here in person. If you would like to speak on this case, please raise your hand online or approach the microphone on the podium to be sworn in. No hands raised online.
Please raise your right hand to be sworn. You don't look like Doug Stone, but in any case, do you solemnly swear or affirm to tell the truth and nothing but the truth in this meeting today? If so, please say I do, along with your name and address.
I do. Claire Burns, 1010 Walnut Street, Kansas City, Missouri.
Thank you, Ms. Burns. There's a list of administrative exhibits I'd like to admit to hear your case today. They're labeled 1 to 9. Do you have any questions on those exhibits?
I do not.
May I admit them? Or admit it. Part of that is a presentation by Ms. Anna to your left.
Thank you. Oh my God. Okay. Okay. As mentioned, this case is CD SUP 2026-39, and the applicant seeks a special use permit to establish a blood center within an existing strip. The site is located in the very northern part of Kansas City, Missouri, kind of towards Zona Rosa. More specifically, if you're used to this area, 152 is to the north, and is at the intersection of North Boardwalk Avenue and Ambassador Drive. There's a Home Depot and a Walmart and a strip center across the street with lots of existing tenants. And the American Red Cross Blood Center is seeking to site their blood center in one of those vacant tenants. So per the zoning and development code, this use falls underneath a medical office category, specifically needing a special use permit to be cited in a B3 or B4 zoning district. This subject zoning district is B3. So as mentioned, they're going within an existing space. They're not proposing any site work, any alterations to the building. They're just, renovating the inside to accommodate their needs and adding some signage. The review criteria for a special use permit is on the screen. The three that are most relevant to city staff and I believe CPC's recommendation are highlighted, which talks about if it is in the interest of public convenience and won't have any adverse impacts on the existing neighborhood. If the particular use is compatible with the specific site in terms of the site planning and the building and the project design, as well as the operational characteristics. So I mentioned before, since there's no major facade improvements or major site work proposed, this seems appropriate for the existing strip center. The medical office use is compatible with the surrounding office and retail restaurant uses. And because of that, the peak hours of this blood center and the existing restaurant uses aren't, going to conflict with each other. So it also seems appropriate to cite within the strip center. Thus, city staff recommended approval subject to conditions, and the CPC also recommended approval subject to conditions. That concludes my staff report. I'll be happy to answer any questions.
Board members, do you have any questions of staff? All right, why should we approve your request today?
I think it's a great cause, and I think the zoning area is appropriate for it. And I also think it works with everything else in that strip mall. So it'd be the ideal location.
Did you see the conditions from CPC and city staff? Any problems with those conditions?
No.
Okay. Is there any other questions?
I'll make a motion.
Thank you, Mr. Hayes.
I move that on docket item 1, case 39, that we grant the applicant's request in accordance to site plan staff report and the conditions therein.
Thank you. I have a motion from Mr. Hayes. Do I have a second?
Second.
Second from Mr. Gorens.
Lawrence,
Aye.
Wright,
Aye.
Hayes,
Aye.
Meyer.
Aye.
Ebbets.
Aye. Approved. Good luck with your project.
Thank you all.
We have a quorum on the next case, as you see.
Docket item number 2 is case CD BZA 2026-61, a request to approve a variance to the maximum size of a monument sign in a B2 zoning district, plus any additional variances on about 1.5 acres generally located at 8050 North Brighton Avenue. We have an established quorum with Mr. Ebbets, Mr. Gorens, Mr. Hayes, and Mr. Ventura. So Ms. Wright, have you reviewed the materials from the previous hearing? Right. So there's our reestablished quorum.
Thank you.
Oh, Connor Tomlin
Turn.
is the staff planner for this case, and the applicant is here in person. If you are a member of the public who would like to speak on this case, please raise your hand online or approach the microphone on the podium to be sworn in. We have no hands raised online.
All right. Please raise your right hands to be sworn. Do you solemnly swear or affirm to tell the truth, and nothing but the truth in this meeting today? If so, please say I do, along with your name and address.
I do. Keith Roderick, 1621 Frederick Avenue, St. Joseph, Missouri.
I do. Alan Homebrecker, 14523 Northwest 74th Street, Parkville, Missouri.
Thank you, gentlemen. There are a list of administrative exhibits labeled 1 to 9 associated with your case. Do you have any problem with us admitting those?
No.
Or any questions also? Any questions? Do I have your permission to admit them?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Those are admitted. Part of that is a presentation by Mr. Tomlin to your left.
Today we have CD BZA 2026-61 located at 8050 North Brighton Avenue. This is a P2-2 zoning district. Variance request is to the height, just the height, not the advertising area of a monument sign, plus any additional variances. General location of the site, northeast of Gladstone. A closer look at the site here, outlined in yellow. I'll remind you guys, a couple months ago, this was brought before the board. and what was originally proposed was a Sinclair signage on top of an existing monument sign. That since is no longer applicable. They sought the recommendation of staff and the board of turning this into its own monument sign elsewhere on the property. That has since been approved. That just leaves the existing monument sign, which had question to its permit status, and it still needed a variance to the overall height. So with that said, the overall height is outlined here. These were provided to me prior to the last time this was heard. And there, I guess I'll backtrack. I met with the permits department and we were not able to locate any permits for the existing monument sign. And I don't believe the property owners or architects were able to as well. So with that, the variance request is a variance of 6 feet, 1.5 inches to the maximum height of a monument sign. To permit, I'm sorry, that's supposed to say 2 feet, 2.5 inches to the maximum height of a monument sign to permit a monument sign at a height of 8 feet, 2.5 inches on the subject site, which is a 36% change down from the, I believe, 102 that it was before. A substantial change to the character of the neighborhood is not anticipated, as the applicant is not requesting to change the existing signage. The difficulty could be obviated through a change of design, such as removing and reconstructing that monument sign at a compliant size. And should this be approved, staff would just remind the applicant and owner that a permit would need to be applied for and received for the sign. And that concludes my presentation.
Thank you, Mr. Tomlin. So that's the only request is the 2.5, 2 feet, 5 inches, right?
2 feet, 1.5 inches.
Thank you. Questions of staff? Your turn. What would you like to tell us why we should approve your case today, sir?
So like he said, he went back and talked with the architecture. This was built over 11 years ago, and not really sure if when it was constructed, if the permit was just lost, not filed. We're not really sure what happened there. So we're not really requesting to change anything. It's just for the sign that's been there for since the store was built.
Connor, is there anything, was there anything else on the property that was missing a permit when you guys looked?
Not that I could tell. I was primarily looking for this, but I did see that there were sign permits for wall signs on the structure itself. But I was mainly looking for a permit for this sign specifically.
Well, thank you for considering the board's input from last time and removing the need of the other variants. I have a motion.
Go ahead.
In the matter of EZA 2026-00061, I move that we grant variance request A in accordance with the staff report and site plan, contingent on the grant or collection of a permit for the sign.
Perfect. I have a motion by Mr. Ventura. Do I have a second?
Second.
Ms. Wright.
Lawrence,
Aye.
Wright,
Aye.
Hayes,
Aye.
Ventura.
Aye.
Ebbets.
Aye. Your project is approved. Thank you for coming down and revising the sign.
Thank you.
Keep those sugar cookies stocked, please.
Try it. Okay.
Docket item number 3 is case CD BZA 2026-103. A request to approve a variance to the maximum allowed floor area of an industrial use in a B4 district on about 6.8 acres, generally located at 9050 Northwest Prairie View Road. Justin Smith is the staff planner for this case. If you are a member of the public who would like to speak on this case, please raise your hand online or approach the microphone on the podium to be sworn in. I have a hand raised online from Rick Myers. I'll promote you to panelist.
Mariah, can you hear us? Turn on your camera and microphone.
Okay, Rick, you have your hand raised, but you have declined the promotion to panelist. Okay, hands down now. So no hands raised online.
Gentlemen, I'd like to swear you in. Please raise your right hands. Do you solemnly swear or affirm to tell the truth and nothing but the truth in this meeting today?
I do.
Name and address, please, sir.
All right, Gary Whitcup, 5200 State Avenue, Kansas City, Kansas.
Go ahead.
Lance Scott, CFS Engineers, 1421 East 104th Street, Suite 100, Kansas City, Missouri.
Thank you, gentlemen. Who's going to be speaking, Lance or? Okay, Lance, there's a list of administrative exhibits labeled 1 to 9 that we would like to admit to hear your case today. Do you have any questions on those exhibits? And do I have your permission to admit them?
Yes.
Great. Part of that is a presentation by Justin Smith to your left. Justin, tell us about the case.
All right, good morning, board. In front of you is docket item number 3. This is a request for a variance to the maximum allowed floor area of over 25,000 square feet of an industrial use in a B4 district. The site is located within the first district, just to the northwest of Highway 152 and I-29, within the boundaries of the newly updated KCIA area plan. Closer look at the subject site, you can see it is zoned B4-5, right off Prairie View Road. The site is actually accessed only off Northwest Donovan Drive. I would note the property to the south, M2-3, is also a self-storage facility, just with a different zoning. So the applicant is proposing a 17,000 square foot addition. This would be a new building on the southwest corner of the site. And the property, the current gross floor area it was an old hotel that was converted into the self-storage that you see today is 118,000 square feet. They're proposing a 17,000 square foot addition as shown on my screen here. And so in 2018, when the development plan was approved for U-Haul to move in, they never obtained that variance. The B4 standard for the variance was adopted in 2015. So for any expansion, they would require this variance because they currently exceed that. You can see this number does include the existing building, so it is a 440% change. And as noted, any expansion would require this variance. And then here is just a rendering provided by the applicant of kind of U-Haul's new model. So you might see these buildings around other areas of the metro area. And with that, that concludes my presentation, and I can answer any questions.
Any questions of Justin? All right, gentlemen, why should we approve your request today?
Okay, so basically, it's an existing non-conforming use with the existing dilapidated hotel way back when. There's actually an AT&T easement above it, so they couldn't even tear it down. So we've got, now U-Haul moved in there and they, it's a 100-year tenant, right? With that nice project, and we couldn't tear the building down if we wanted to. So the 17,000 square foot new building is for their U-Box product. So I think they have 5 facilities in the metro area right now, and it's basically where they have containers and they store the containers in the facility, right? So I mean, the average tenant of the box, right, is like 13 months. So they hire 3 to 5 people, right? It's a really low use. It's a nice screening from the multifamily residential as well. And we think it makes sense to fit on this site adjacent to the highway and the storage to the south. And I'd be happy to answer any questions you have.
Is it heated and cooled?
No. Well, heated, yes, so it's got water, but not climatized like you're thinking. Not a traditional storage facility. It's for a U-Box product.
Yeah, so it's not an in and out thing. It's just the box goes. It's like a storage facility for the boxes.
I see the boxes sitting in a neighborhood, the neighbors fill it up, then they guys, you store it for a while.
Or you could ship it anywhere in the world, yeah.
Not too many heavy trucks going in and out of the facility? Semis?
This isn't going to increase that. No. Well, there will be semis come in, yes, 1 to 2. If you get 5 a week, it'd be a lot. It holds 880 boxes, semi holds 10. So once you're full, you have literally no activity.
And any neighbor opposition, sir?
I have gotten that.
No, we had a public hearing or public meeting, and No one attended.
The apartment complex was notified that you were talking about.
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, some I might not have noted, there currently is a development plan, a major amendment to the development plan under review right now that has not gone to the city plan commission. It was awaiting this variance.
Else? Very straightforward.
I'll make a motion on docket item 3, case number 103, to approve the applicant's request for the variance in accordance to site plan and staff report.
I have a motion from Mr. Meyer. Do I have a second?
Second.
Second from Mr. Gorens.
Gorens,
Aye.
Wright,
Aye.
Hayes,
Opposed.
Meyer.
Aye.
Ebbets.
For it, so, yay. Project is approved, sir. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you. Have a good day.
Yep.
Don't mind, I'll call the next two items together.
Perfect.
Because they're substantially similar. Docket item number 4 is case CD BZA 2026-121, a request to approve a variance to the front yard impervious surface coverage requirements, plus any other necessary variances for an R5 zoned lot on about 0.126 acres generally located at 11237 Northwest 82nd Street. And docket item number 5 is case CD BZA 2026-122, a request to approve a variance to the front yard impervious surface coverage requirements, plus any other necessary variances for an R5 zoned lot on about 0.13 acres generally located at 11501 Northwest Berry Road. Anna Naniski is the staff planner for both of these cases, and the applicant is represented by their attorney. If you are a member of the public who would like to speak on this case, please raise your hand online or approach the microphone on the podium to be sworn in. We do not have any hands raised online.
Please raise your right hand to be sworn. Do you solemnly swear or affirm to tell the truth and nothing but the truth in this meeting today? If so, please say I do or I don't, along with your name and address.
I do. Adam Carlson, 801 West 47th Street, Suite 500. And I should have 2 members of my team online. One's with our engineers and then one with the developer.
Rob Young has his hand raised. I'll promote him to panelist. Who would be the other person?
Aiden Mertz.
Mertz. Oh, there's the hand. I'll promote. We have 2 additional people online.
Are they online yet?
Yes, if you would please turn on your cameras and microphones.
Someone there? Who's that, Sarah? Which one's lighting up?
Aiden Mertz. Rob Young.
Young, there you are. Aiden and Robert, please raise your right hand to be sworn. Do you solemnly swear or affirm to tell the truth and nothing but the truth in this meeting today? If so, please say I do, along with your name and address. Mr. Young, why don't you go first? Can't hear you.
We can't hear you, Mr. Young. You might need to check your microphone settings. Aiden, if you want to go ahead.
I do. Aiden Mertz, 706 Main Street, Parkville, Missouri, 64152.
Thank you.
All right, can you hear me now?
Yes. Did you?
Okay. Had to hit 2 buttons. Rob Young, RL Buford Land Survey, 201 Main Street, Parkville, Missouri.
You did say I do on that one, right? That you.
Yes,
told
I
the
do.
truth? Okay,
Yes.
thank you. Mr. Carlson, there's a list of administrative exhibits associated with your cases labeled 1 to 9. Do you have any questions questions about those exhibits? And if not, may I admit them?
Yeah, you may admit them.
Part of that presentation by Miss Anna to your left. Anna tells about these two particular cases.
Okay, as mentioned before, this is case CD BZA 2026-121 and 122. These are going to function as like a companion case for the sake of the presentation. But as a reminder, when you make your motion, there are two separate cases for the two separate subject addresses. The applicant is seeking a variance to the maximum percentage of pavement in the front yard for a proposed detached dwelling unit. The sites in question are also in the northern portion of Kansas City, Missouri, just north of Weatherby Lake. This is a look at the property in question at the intersection of Childress Ave and Berry Road. There's a subdivision that is being constructed near Hawthorne Elementary, and the two lots in question are Lot 10 and Lot 26 that you can see highlighted. The requirement is the maximum percentage of pavement in the front yard. That's 40%. I had to take a screenshot from the new ordinance that was recently adopted because Communicode has not been updated. But this is the look at the proposal that was submitted by the applicant. We have lot 10, which is at the 45% threshold for the pavement, with lot 26 being 41%. So that's just a visual representation of what I'm discussing. As it regards to lot 10, this is a variance of 79.35 square feet to the maximum percentage of pavement to the required standard to have a driveway that occupies 45% of the front yard. This is a 13% change from the requirement. A substantial change to the character of the neighborhood is anticipated from the perspective that, yes, it is a small increase, but if the whole subdivision follows a similar route, then that could affect the entire neighborhood as it applies to green space and increased stormwater issues. And the difficulty could be avoided by a change in design, for example, removing that small bit of concrete that's being proposed. And for lot 26, this is a variance of 19.06 square feet to the maximum percentage of pavement in the front yard. So the driveway occupies 41% of the front yard. This is a 3% change. And again, the change of the character of the neighborhood is anticipated from the perspective that if all properties within the subdivision follow suit, that could have some negative externalities. And the difficulty could be avoided by removing that small bit of concrete from the proposal. So to go over the review criteria A talks about whether or not the strict application of the zoning and development code is going to pose a hardship or practical difficulty for the subject site. The strict application of the zoning and development code is not going to result in a unnecessary hardship for the property owner. So the overall site for the subdivision was intentionally rezoned to R5 with an open space development plan, which intentionally created 152 smaller residential lots. So small lots usually result in smaller homes. So thus the developer has sort of intentionally created their own hardship by citing this large driveway on this small lot. Enforcing the zoning and development code is not going to prevent them from, developing the site. They just need a smaller driveway. As it relates to that open space development, because we don't get many of them, there's even a section in this code which specifically talks about limiting impervious surfaces as much as possible because they're trying to promote green space, reducing storm water effects, etc. And then lastly, with B and C, B talks about the consistency that the variance is proposing related to the intent of the zoning development code. So the reason why this regulation exists is to ensure that residential lots have an adequate amount of green space and help reduce those negative externalities for stormwater runoff. And the last review criteria is about substantial justice being done, whether that's upholding the zoning development code or comparing that to the hardship for the property owner if the variance is denied. So again, I do recognize that it is a very small variance request, but we're concerned that if, you know, most or all of the 152 lots within the subdivision are going to have a similar request, then that could have some impact on the overall area. If the variance is denied, then the developer will just need to slightly reduce the amount of concrete for those proposed driveways. And there's also a look at the proposed home on the screen, just again for some more context. This is from the master plan for the homes, which is a building plan and permit function to help with the construction process of developing multiple homes, you know, within a large subdivision. So you can see that it is a 2-car garage. That concludes my staff report. I'll be happy to answer any questions.
Anna, is this one of the first few homes that have come up in this subdivision?
For the variance request, yes.
Not one
Questions?
of the first homes being built.
Start a precedent here. So, Mr. Carlson, are any other questions of staff?
I
Mr.
have
Carlson?
one question.
Go ahead, Jazz.
Anna, in your presentation, you showed a screenshot of the relevant code in regards to the percentage of the impervious surface area. What was the change in that code?
There was some addition to the regulations related to cul-de-sacs, but I mentioned that it was new because we've recently changed our parking code. So if you went into Muni code right now and looked at that standards, it would look slightly different. But that's not what's currently adopted. The website just hasn't been, yeah. This property is not on the cul-de-sac, so it's irrelevant. I just, from a logistical standpoint, wanted to bring it up.
Okay, so the relevant portion of the code hasn't changed, but the section or whatever is been amended.
Correct.
Okay.
Questions? Why should we grant your request today, sir?
Provide some further context to your question, Mr. Chairman. This is phase 1 of this development, and that includes 30 lots. And so these are the only 2 currently being requested for variances. There might be one other that variances are needed. The reason that this additional concrete is needed is most of the homes within this phase 1 will be 2-car garages. These 2 will have 3-car garages just to provide some difference in the community and also meet market demands. But again, these are the only 2 being requested within phase 1 right now, and there might be one other one that needs it.
The entryway to the garage is just a small entryway, right? And it expands up towards the house.
Yes, that's correct. And I can also let Rob and Aiden speak to the width of that as well.
I'll speak to that to some degree. The same builder is doing all 30 lots. So we laid all of these lots out at the same time. Quite a few of them are 2-car garage. There were several 3-car garage that we were able to get to work with that by adjusting the width of that front entryway. We've got that down, that entry width off the street down about as narrow as we think would be physically, you know, or realistically possible to enable cars to come and go in a 3-car garage. We've kind of adjusted deck sizes and moved them back so we can move the houses back to gain a little more front yard to try to meet that requirement. And on all of the other 30 lots, I think the only other one we really had an issue with was on a cul-de-sac. So I'm curious to see what the new parking standards are for that, because those, as everyone probably knows, can be kind of difficult to get to the 40 whenever you've got a limited amount of frontage. These two homes were the only ones that we were unable to get. So they're, as far as the rest of them, I think they've been permitted on maybe 10 of them so far without issue, and we don't expect issue on the rest of them. I think they submitted all of the site plans at once, and just a couple of them we had the issues with the driveways. So in this phase one, we are not setting a precedent by requesting a variance for the drive.
So you're thinking at worst, there would be 3 lots that might need this?
Currently, that's what we're seeing, yes. And the third one is a cul-de-sac lot.
May I ask what you said you've been able to meet the 40% on other lots. What in particular about these sites prevents that from being possible?
Some of the lots are a little bit wider, which obviously gives you a little more room to work with. I think just kind of looking at my sketch, I mean, we've got two lots west of lot 10 is lot 12. It's a corner lot. We were able to get a 3-car garage on that without issue. North of that, we did another 3-car on a corner lot where we have a little bit more side yard, to work with. We were also able to get it. We had one near a cul-de-sac that we were able to just slide the house back because the lots were just slightly deeper. They're just, the lots are not all the same. They're all relatively the same size, but they're not all exactly the same size. So, I mean, you're talking about, few square feet makes all the difference in the world and what you can do with it.
Mr. Ventura, you had a question?
How many additional lots are planned? Or phases, sorry.
I cannot speak to that. I don't have the master plan, just this phase one.
Aiden, can you speak to how many phases are planned?
Yes, I think there's 4 to 5. So there's 4 additional phases, each consisting of around 30 lots.
Anna, on the second request, how many is 5 square feet over? How much is that over on that second?
There's lot 10 is 79.35 square feet over, and lot 26 is 19.06 square feet over.
Any way to squeeze that down? Requested.
The only way we found to do it is reduce the width at the street. Right now we've got, I think we're down, I think they're 13 feet on one of them, maybe 12 foot on the other one, which, I mean, when you've got cars coming and going, wanting to park in the driveway, kind of puts the squeeze on any of that. I think we're about as narrow as we can get the driveways. And we've reduced the widths to essentially the garage door, so we're not expanding out like you typically would when you come up to a house. You've usually got a 1/2 foot on either side of the garage door, maybe going into the house. And we've kind of reduced it about as far as we can, in my opinion.
I'm only one board member, but if we're talking about 3 on phase one, I don't really have that large of an issue with that. We just can't set the precedent of a large percentage of these going this way. But if they're saying it's going to be 3 at most, I am personally okay with it.
So, gentlemen, you heard that if perchance if the board so votes and you get these 2, you can't come back to us and ask for 5 more. You understand that?
Yes.
And
Just
I get the one on the cul-de-sac. I understand that one. These are make the homeowner happy. So Out of
And
the
just
30 lots, this is 10% of the.
Right.
just to put it out there, we actually, out of the 30 lots in here, we already have 26 permits. So all the other ones have passed. So it's really just these three and then that last one that I haven't applied for yet. So
But moving forward on the next phases, can we work with Rob a little bit better on this to make sure that we're limiting these
Yeah.
requests?
Yes, gentlemen?
yes.
I'm sorry, have the other phases already been subdivided yet?
Not to my knowledge. I know on the phase 2, they're waiting for a grading permit. That's under review. But kind of just taking it one phase at a time right now.
I believe only
Okay.
one phase has been platted. There was a amendment to a development plan filed previously, but this is the only phase that's been platted.
26 already have permits, so.
Yeah.
I mean.
That's it.
Yeah.
Suppose they do the
I'll
same
say,
thing on-
I'll say as one board member, it sounds like the origin of this hardship is the lot size, which to me sounds self-imposed, and hopefully the applicant can remedy that issue in the later phases to prevent this from being necessary.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Hayes. Well, board members, if you want to entertain a motion, you've got to do each one individually, please.
I'll make a motion on docket item 4, case number 121, to request the applicant's variance request in accordance to site plan and staff report.
I have a motion from Mr. Meyer. Do I have a second?
Second.
Second from Mr. Gorens.
Lawrence. Wright,
Aye.
Hayes,
Opposed?
Meyer,
Aye.
Ebbets.
Aye. Your project is approved, and I want to entertain a motion on the second.
Docket item 5, case number 122, to request the applicant's request for the variance of the front yard in accordance to site plan and staff report.
Motion from Mr. Meyer, second from someone?
Second.
Mr. Gorens.
Gorence,
Aye.
Wright,
Aye.
Hayes,
Opposed?
Meyer,
Aye.
Ebbets.
Aye. Project is approved. Thank you very much, gentlemen.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Docket item number 6 is case CD SUP 2026-14. A request to approve a special use permit for indoor warehousing and limited manufacturing in proposed district DX-2 on about 1.7 acres generally located at the northeast and northwest corners of Bellevue Avenue and West 30th Street. Genevieve Consmith is the staff planner for this case, and the applicant is here in person. If you are a member of the public who would like to speak on this case, please raise your hand online or approach the microphone on the podium to be sworn in.
Have you been sworn yet?
Yes.
I don't remember, sorry.
There are no hands raised online.
Anyone else in the audience on this case? Nope. Okay, gentlemen, please raise your right hands to be sworn. Do you solemnly swear or affirm to tell the truth and nothing but the truth in this meeting today? So please say I do along with your name and address.
I do. Adam Carlson, 801 West 47th Street, Suite 500.
I do. Chris Maddox, same address.
I do. Mark Abbott, 2911 Bellevue Avenue, Kansas City, Missouri.
Thank you, gentlemen. There's a list of administrative exhibits associated with your case. They're labeled 1 to 9. Do you have any questions on those exhibits?
No questions, but we would also like to add an additional exhibit, which we emailed to Genevieve. I'm not sure it's part of the official packet. It is a list of 21 additional conditions that we propose to add to our special use permit after the result of negotiations with the neighbors. We can provide hard copies to Sarah if necessary.
So we will admit that exhibit as exhibit number 10, but And
No
I need
objections.
copies of it, gentlemen.
We've
Do
got-
you have a hard copy?
Got,
Somebody?
I think, a couple hard copies.
Adam, do you have them? Chris, if they're not part of Genevieve's presentation, that's why we need the hard copies. Yeah, thank you.
I don't have those in my presentation.
Are they on Compass? On Compass? Okay.
So that'll be exhibit number 10. And since you had no objections to the 1 to 9, we will let Genevieve give her presentation.
And 1 to 9 are admitted, right? Sure.
So,
And 1 to 9 are admitted,
yeah,
correct?
1 to 9 were admitted. Sorry, thank you for reminding me. Genevieve, go ahead. You're on. Thank you.
Okay, as stated, docket item number 6 is for a special use permit on 3 parcels. Subject site is located in the West Side neighborhood area. And here's the subject site highlighted in yellow. It is 3 parcels. The eastern parcel contains an existing industrial building, and the western parcels contain semi-paved area for a parking lot. And just to give you a little bit of background on this site came to our attention due to some neighborhood complaints about the use of these properties. And so since then, the applicant has been working with staff to abate the violations that were placed on the site due to the activity. And quite a web of nonconformities. So here you can see a Sanborn map. So this is in the early 1900s. And we can see on the eastern side of the site that there has been a building there since about the 20s, basically preceded or was built right around the time when our first zoning code was adopted. So this building has been on site for a long time and has been used as generally a light manufacturing use. So here's just a close-up. You can see it was labeled as the Central Paper Box Company, which did carton and paper box manufacturing, in which they received a certificate of legal nonconforming use for in 1973, which then helped establish that this use was legally established and can legally continue to operate as such. And this certificate was highly specific in saying the production of those paper products and boxes and cartons. And then that's where the complaints started to come in. Is it came to our attention that the building was being used outside of what was allowed from that certificate of legal nonconforming use. Therefore, it was no longer valid. And so the point of all these applications was to bring the entire site into compliance with all of our codes today. Part of that was a separate rezoning that was considered by the City Plan Commission and then recently approved by the City Council. So these properties used to be zoned R-2.5, so residential zoning district. And the council did approve a rezoning to DX-2, which is a downtown mixed use zoning district, which allows a handful of commercial uses. But still with that zoning, some of the uses within this building include indoor storage and warehousing and general limited manufacturing, excuse me. And those two uses within the DX zoning district still require a special use permit. That's how we're in front of you here, considering the special use permit for that limited manufacturing and indoor storage use inside of the building, and then the associated parking area across the street. Overall, really no changes to the site except to clean it up. I have some photos. These are older street view photos from 2022. So that's about when some issues were happening. You can see there was truck storage on the site in the parking lot. You can see there were dumpsters in the right of way. And again, you can see this is an industrial building. There's those roll-up doors for trucks and deliveries. And then these were submitted when the application was being processed. You can see the parking area was a bit in disrepair. There was some gravel on the site, which is also not permitted in either the previous or the now zoning district of DX. But then we have some updated site photos as we worked through the City Plan Commission hearing. There were many concerns brought up in that hearing. And then again, continuing to council with that rezoning, which was approved. The property owner has cleaned up this site. They've removed the gravel. They are restoring the unused areas to be landscaped to a more natural element. And so those changes were made after the City Plan Commission hearing. And overall, before we went to the City Plan Commission hearing, staff recommended approval subject to the conditions that are in your staff report. And the City Plan Commission, although they recommended approval of the rezoning, they recommended denial of this special use permit. And I can take any questions about that, but I know there'll be some more information from the applicant, especially related to those conditions they provided to you.
All right. More questions of Genevieve Kahn?
Hi. One question. So prior to the rezoning to the DX district, when it was still under our zoning, presumably the use at the time was not allowed because my understanding from your presentation was that use was not allowed, and that's what warranted the rezoning to allow some sort of commercial activity given the character of the building.
So it's the use of the building for that limited manufacturing, specifically for those paper products and boxes, that use was allowed with the certificate of legal nonconforming use because that was previously legally established. And so that use had been in operation for a long time while under the R zoning district. It's when the property owner made changes to the uses and started allowing uses that were not permitted by that certificate. That's when the issues started to arise.
Right. I guess what I'm trying to understand is the logic behind the rezoning. I assume it's that, you have a commercial style building there. You want it to be used in some sort of commercial way because it's not realistically going to be used as a residential building. And but that's not necessarily an endorsement of this particular proposed use here in this special use permit. But sorry, am I understanding this correctly?
Yes, I think that was a similar thought process when we were working with the applicant to figure out how we could get this site into compliance rather than recommending like a B zoning district or an R zoning district for residential. We felt based on the area plan and some of the surrounding properties that downtown mixed use would fit the best within this primarily residential area, since it does allow some commercial uses, but again, there are some safeguards with special use permit requirements. And like you noted, the building is probably better suited at this time specifically for commercial uses rather than residential uses.
Okay, I got it. Thank you.
So Jazz, as I understood it, they got the legal non-conforming to make paper boxes. And then when they stopped making paper boxes, or they lost their legal non-conforming status. So that's when they went to the DX zoning to allow them to do whatever they're doing in there now, as I understand it. All right. Any other questions of staff? Gentlemen, Chris, I guess you're speaking on it today.
Correct.
Tell us why we should approve your request.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I think the BZA should approve this request because we agree with staff that this passes the BZA review criteria to issue a special use permit. And we also believe that the additional work that we did since City Plan Commission, when they recommended denial, we continue to work with the neighbors to create a framework to add 21 total conditions to our special use permit, which will create a bridge to transition this property into something that I think the neighbors and the property owner can all agree going forward is a really good fit for the neighborhood. And so that is why we have so many conditions to add, and it really addresses some of the major concerns of the neighbors. Do we have our presentation? Thank you. So I think
That'll be exhibit number 11.
I think it was in Genevieve's report as number 9. No?
This is an additional exhibit.
Oh, is it?
Exhibit 11 will be admitted.
Okay. So again, the background, I think one of the original sins, if you will, of this property was that it was being constructed in 1919 when the city first adopted its zoning and development code in 1921. And so for whatever reason, we agree with Genevieve's research. We went through our stacks and could not find anything other than a residential zoning classification that roughly corresponds to the current R2.5 zoning district, which meant that this building, since its inception, has always been a legal non-conforming use. Clearly, it's an 80,000 square foot structure not designed for residential living. And so the current property owner acquired the property a little over a decade ago, and some of the tenants that are there currently have been there for that long. So there's a decade of history where some of those tenants, including the Premier Packaging, have been in the property for a while. And then there were a couple of new tenants that came in that are more of the commercial construction contractor tenants that use the building for loading and unloading equipment storage. So they show up in the morning, they load up trailers with bobcats or backhoes or whatever equipment they need for their job site for the day, and then they're off site. They're out of the neighborhood. They come back and then they unload the trailer, store their equipment. Some of the issues and the complaints that were driven by the city inspector's inspection process, did relate to things that we have since cleaned up. We no longer have any outdoor storage or debris piles. We've made that very clear now with the tenants that operate there, that certain operating characteristics have to change. And so they're on board. They're aware now of what's at stake. And so the special use conditions in Genevieve's report and then the 21 that we're adding really do, I think, a good job of putting some teeth behind that and making all of this enforceable. So we'll move on then to the next slide, please. Again, you can see these photos generally, right? We're talking about a very large structure, 80,000 square feet. Next slide, please. There's a close-up of it. The dumpsters that you see in this photo, they will be relocated across the street according to our site plan. We will have an enclosed bin area for those dumpsters. We needed the rezoning to be completed, which was why we had some cases that were dismissed today related to the dumpster screening. Those were dismissed today because now that we have the rezoning in place, we know what standards apply to the construction of those dumpsters. So that is going to be in process here in the coming weeks. This is the parking lot, as Genevieve mentioned. There were additional citations for having gravel that was not permitted. That has been cleaned up and removed. And then I believe straw and grass seed has been put down. I think we can probably skip the history slide. I think Genevieve did a great job covering that. But I do want to talk about the process. So when we first started our public engagement process, we met with the Sacred Heart Neighborhood Association. There's another one. They turned out in force. This is a historic neighborhood. These people are, and these neighbors are very connected to the city, and they wanted to let us know some of the issues that they've experienced. We listened to them. We slowly try to address some of their concerns, but we also learned through that process that some of those concerns aren't unique to our property. For example, there are other commercial uses nearby that have truck traffic, that have incidents with running into power poles and knock out power for a day before it can be restored. None of those instances can be tied to our use specifically, but we do understand that there are certain operations that were occurring on our site, which the neighbors found to be unacceptable, and we've worked to remedy that. The great thing I think that came about from that larger meeting was then we had a chance to work with more of a focused breakout group, if you will, of those neighbors, including the people that live closest to this site. So the neighbors that live immediately across the street, the ones that are most affected by our operations, were part of a roundtable that we did with the neighbors to come up with these conditions. And we continue to do that after CPC. City Plan Commission recommended approval of the rezoning, but they recommended denial of the special use permit because they were primarily focused on or worried about, concerned about the semi-truck traffic. We have one tenant, Premier Packaging, who is most like the former cardboard manufacturing that was a permitted use dating all the way back to the origin of this structure. Premier Packaging has on average, a couple of semi-trucks that come and go per week. This is not a daily occurrence, but it was that was the concern for CPC. Working with the neighbors, we immediately then notified Premier Packaging of our intent to terminate the lease, that they would no longer be a tenant at the property. But then Premier Packaging has a good relationship with those neighbors. They have been there for over a decade. And through private conversations that we were not a party to, Premier Packaging talked to the neighbors and asked if they could at least wind down their business over a 90-day period. They have commitments that they need to honor, but then he plans to either retire or relocate. So we are asking for a 90-day period of time in which the semi-truck traffic would continue at kind of a tapering off volume as we wind down those operations. And then we will not come back and ask for any uses that would require that semi-truck traffic type use. The remaining uses can get by with smaller trucks, box trucks, the Amazon delivery vehicles, which already frequent neighborhoods. They can get by. We have a woodworker, a carpenter, who uses this space for the limited manufacturing purpose, who can get by with a box truck. And then, like I said, the construction contractors typically just use trailers and F-150s, F-250s. So if we could go to the next slide. This is, again, an email where we've reached the agreement with the neighbors. I think they've been in contact with city council members. They've been in contact with Genevieve, I believe. And so they could even be online today if they want to add anything. Go to the next slide, please. So this is a summary of the terms. I don't think we need to go over all of them in detail, but just know that we did through multiple roundtable sessions with these neighbors, go line by line and try to address their concerns. A lot of these additional conditions that we're adding then directly relate to what you see here on this slide. They deal with the operating characteristics of the businesses. They deal with making sure that the trash that gets picked up is on the residential schedule so that we don't have a trash truck coming in at 2 a.m. on the commercial schedule, waking everybody up. So we've made a lot of adjustments to how this business will operate. And so I think we can move to the next slide. Again, we agree with Genevieve. We believe that we meet all of the review criteria in the code, that through these additional conditions, this is not going to be a detriment to the neighborhood. If anything, we want to prevent this building from going dark, from being vacant. We want it to be productively utilized. Next slide, please. I think, yep, we can go to the next one again. So again, character of the area, there are other uses similar to the construction contractors that are in the site. There's some limited manufacturing that's nearby in an M-zoned district. that is 825 feet due west. And then we have again circled up to the north there. Those are the construction contractor type uses. So again, this area is old. It's an older part of the city. It kind of developed hand in hand with commercial and residential side by side. And now we just need to find a way to find less intensive uses that are going to be more compatible with the neighborhood. And we think that this plan does that. Next slide, please. You can skip ahead again. The future land use map was more for the zoning case, but it was amended to conform, so our property now conforms with the area plan. The site plan, the only thing to note, again, everything's existing. We're not proposing any changes except for the addition of the dumpster screening in the parking lot. Right. Next slide. I believe all of the staff conditions plus the conditions that we have passed out would be the totality of what we are proposing, with one exception. I think we are proposing to modify one of staff's condition. They were originally seeking a 2-year term to the special use permit. Adam can speak to it in more detail, but generally I think we're going to shorten that to a 1-year term. So at the end of the day, our construction contractors are only going to be there for a 1-year period until they can find a different location. And then the Premier Packaging folks will be there for a 90-day period until they can terminate their business. And then we would continue then operating under the 1-year special use permit term for the woodworker, who's going to have box trucks. And we intend to try to relocate him to a different portion of the building so that he can utilize a deeper loading bay so that it won't obstruct any vehicular traffic. And also kind of move him out of the way from where their residential houses are situated. I know that was a lot of information. Happy to go read these comments line by line if you'd like to, but I think I'll pause and ask if there's any questions of me or of the applicant.
So to understand, the box manufacturing guy is going to go away in 90 days.
Correct.
CPC, there was a lot of negativity towards your building, and I'm sure you saw that.
Not as much as we started with, I will tell you that.
And I did see pictures from CPC that showed Bellevue being blocked, 10 o'clock at night, and heavy movement. So you're saying all that's going to go away. Mark, is that right?
Yes, that's the agreement that we've made with the neighbors, and my understanding from the neighbors is the biggest concern was the semis, and that's why we worked with Premier Packaging to get them out in the shortest amount of time.
And Chris, I do like your idea of a 1 year. I saw it was for 2 years. I was going to suggest that anyway. So thank you for doing that. That gives everyone a chance to work through the system for that 1 year period. So.
And I appreciate you coming up with 21 additional conditions as well. I mean, do we have any opposition today?
No opposition.
I don't know that staff's had much opportunity to review these.
Yeah.
One question for the applicant. Am I reading this correctly that you don't plan to renew this special use permit after the 1-year period?
We don't intend to renew the special use permit for these tenants. We are still zone DX-2. If there is a future use that is allowed in the DX zoning district, there are several uses that would require a special use permit. We have communicated that with the neighbors. They understand that any future special use permit would have to go through an approval process related to any additional use for this property that would be allowed again in that DX zoning classification.
We do not have this on Compass. So Jazz, for instance, cannot view this, correct?
Yes, there's a list of exhibit number 10 that was passed out, and there's a list of 21 conditions that he's adding in addition to the special use permit conditions already stated.
Mr. Chair, I'm sorry. There's a point of clarification here.
Yeah, I have one clarification on the renewal. So per our agreement with the neighbors, past the 1-year term, it wouldn't be renewed for the indoor storage. For limited manufacturing, it could be renewed beyond the 1-year point, but again, we would have to come back through this entire process and obtain that renewal.
Right. Thank you, Adam.
And I guess to staff's point, these 21 conditions that I can't see and the fact that staff has not reviewed, um, sounds like you guys did a lot of great negotiating and conversations with the neighborhood association. Fantastic. Um, I'm not sure if the board, just as one board member, I don't know if it would be appropriate to vote with these amended conditions without having staff review them and without them being included in the staff report. But that's just my initial impression.
Mr. Hayes, we just emailed those to you. They may be in your inbox shortly.
Yeah, I think I understand Mr. Hayes's concern. But what I would say, I think in response is, there are certain conditions that are standard, that are typical, that the city proposes. And those are the, however many are currently in there. I think it was 16, 17 conditions currently. And so that's the bare minimum. That's the threshold upon which we need to, request a special use permit. I think by adding an additional 21, that is done through agreement as evidenced by, the email by the neighborhood representative that we were working with, confirming that we were going above and beyond. I don't see how there's any harm or detriment to approving those conditions that were privately agreed to by the people who are most affected by this. And all this does is, by baking it into the special use permit itself, rather than having a private agreement, it ties the city approved special use permit for this property to something with teeth, right? I mean, we don't want to just have an agreement with the neighbors and they can come sue us because nobody wants to, bite off a lawsuit. But by adding these to a special use permit, there is an enforcement mechanism. And so, I understand Mr. Hayes's point, but I think that when we're going above and beyond and we're adding to those minimum criteria, I think we can do that at the 11th hour. And, we apologize, but it did take us, that long to finalize all of these additional points with the neighbors. And so I would hope that we could receive some action on this today because it has been a long time. We are anxious to move forward.
Yeah, I will say I think it's fantastic. I love adding conditions with teeth to special use permits. I guess I would have direct my question to staff. Do you all see any concern with amending these conditions with your limited review of them?
As you were all discussing, I'm reviewing them further. I think Sarah's reviewing them further. One concern that I'll note is the condition 20 and 21 about prohibited uses. I don't know, it's more common that on a development plan, there's a list of permitted and or prohibited uses. Those are approved by the city council. I don't know that a special use permit is a mechanism to prohibit certain uses that may be allowed by right in the DX district.
I can speak to that.
Go ahead.
For item number 20, that is actually an obligation that we have to record a deed restriction. So that will run with the official land records in Jackson County. That prohibits certain adult type uses that frankly aren't compatible for the building type, let alone the neighborhood. So we have agreed to put that on the property. And that's again, a private deed restriction that runs with the land that can be enforced by anybody. Condition to 21 is a framework, an agreement where we said, as a condition to this special use permit that's being considered today, there are certain uses in DX that we will not seek. Again, these are uses we feel are not compatible with the neighborhood. We agree with the neighbors about that. And we also say that it's not compatible really with the building itself. And so there could be future situations. And we talked about the neighbors. There's a reason why some of these prohibitions are in a deed restriction, permanent, and certain ones are attached to a special use permit. There could be a change in circumstances, a change in tenants. There could be some flexibility that might be needed in the future that is allowed by the DX zoning classification, in which a future special use permit might be issued for one of those types of uses. And a future neighborhood meeting would allow that use to move forward. And that's why it's not a permanent restriction. So the distinction between 20 and 21 is that there are certain uses that we are agreeing to permanently ban, and then there are certain uses that we are agreeing not to move forward with now, but could move forward in the future.
I'll also note that special use permit comes with the land. So in the case that the property is sold to a different landowner, then again, this special use permit could carry over, but not likely if it expires in 1 year. But again, when we receive inquiries for permitted uses on properties, we of course look at the zoning and we look at if there's any approved plans. And again, special use permits don't typically dictate prohibited. So that's not something that we're generally looking for when someone says, can I have a restaurant here, for example?
Thank you, Genevieve. Well, board members, what do you think?
I'm impressed with the amount that they've added. They've continued working on this. I like that it's 1 year instead of 2 years. You're forcing your tenants out, basically. I mean, it's like you're doing everything you possibly can. Show your good faith to the neighbors. So, and I'm one board member, but I'm actually impressed by the amount of changes that you have made and the fact that you're willing to do this for 1 year, getting rid of most likely 2 of your tenants, limiting who could potentially come in there in the future. There's a lot of risk there, but I appreciate it.
I would agree.
If I could make one further note on the applicant's proposed condition 21, you can certainly commit to not using the property for these uses for the period of the special use permit. I'm not sure staff can enforce this. So I just, you are not authorized to make changes to the permitted uses for a piece of property if those uses are otherwise permitted. So I don't believe that staff could enforce this.
But on
But the
20,
applicant is certainly, able to say, we commit to not using the property in these ways.
I think this kind of goes to Jazz's point of staff probably needs some time to review all of these to make sure that they're enforceable or adequate. Because I mean, just if just looking at them real quick, you already know that, one of them, there could be others, right? So does it make sense for staff to have a little bit of time to review these 21 to ensure that they are correct or are enforceable by the city?
I would say most of the other conditions are, again, I would say some of them have questionable enforceability by staff. But again, that's not to say that the applicant can't have this in writing as a record to say, they are going to do this. And most of some of the other ones, or really the other ones, are operational about when the trucks can come and go. And again, that's something that we may not be able to enforce, but it can go on as a condition if you so choose. The use one is really the only one that I had identified that I'm not sure that you all can grant per se.
Does that mean it would just become a civil issue between neighbors and owners, or?
I don't know if I agree with that, and I'm curious if Elward would like to weigh in, but when you attach conditions to a special use permit and those conditions are violated, there is a process in the city code to bring the applicant back here for an alleged violation of the special use permit, and it can be any condition. And the city can revoke the special use permit for a violation of any condition.
But I think the city has to have the ability to enforce that condition.
No, the enforcement mechanism is the revocation of the special use permit entirely. So, and that's what this deals with. So you're taking away the special use permit, which is the only thing that is before this board, right? Is the consideration of the indoor storage use and the limited manufacturing use. That would eliminate all of the tenants in the building. There is not a tenant there that isn't one of those two uses. The woodworker and Premier Packaging are, again, limited manufacturing, and then the other two tenants are construction contractors for indoor storage. You take away the special use permit, that building sits vacant. So that is your enforcement mechanism. And again, you can put any condition you want into a special use permit. And again, our request for the special use permit is limited only to those two uses. I think Sarah will agree. We're only requesting a special use permit for limited manufacturing and for indoor storage. And so the fact that we are calling out all of these other things that aren't on the application, for example, a tavern or a nightclub or financial services, I mean, that's kind of implied, right? Because that's not part of our current application, our current SUP. So we're kind of stating the inverse. And what we're really trying to do is highlight and recognize the intent and the spirit of our negotiations with the neighbors to really reflect for you all what they see as compatible development here now and in the future.
So
Mr. Chris, I'd like to jump in, from a compliance standpoint. You're correct that there is 88-650-04 that has general, compliance, enforceability, but it's very general. It's not necessarily the, mechanism that enforcement would be able to, successfully enforce in court. It's not something that we typically do. It's more of an administrative process. So that's what this function for, and I think that's what our staff is looking.
So I would also say I'm not sure that I agree with the position that the city can put any condition at once arbitrarily on a special use permit, because I think it has to be within the power of the city. Nonetheless, I do have a motion. I would like to move to take the board into closed session to obtain legal advice and discuss legal matters pursuant to section 610.0211.
Have a motion from Mr. Ventura to take us into closed session. Do I have a second?
Second.
Second from Mr. Meyer. We'll be back in a few shakes. Oh, no, we need to vote. Sorry.
Lawrence.
Aye.
Wright.
Aye.
Hayes.
Hi.
Meyer.
Aye.
Ebbets.
Aye. We'll be back in a few minutes. Thank you.
For me?
Briefly,
Nope, not yet.
I'd like to make a motion for the board to return from closed session pursuant to section 610.021.
Motion to come back into open session.
Second.
Lawrence,
Aye.
Wright, Hayes,
Aye.
Meyer,
Aye.
Ebbets.
We're back in the live session. Mr. Madden.
we've been in communication while you guys were in closed session with the neighbor across the street. She intended to raise her hand during the public testimony, and I don't know if she missed that window or not, but she would like to be heard if the board would be willing to consider public testimony.
Sure.
Okay, then I'm going to promote Katie Claggett to panel.
Katie, can you turn on your camera and microphone when you can? You're
Hey
lighting up,
there, can
Katie.
you all hear me okay?
We sure can. I'm going to swear you in before you say anything. You ready?
Sounds good.
Do you solemnly, please raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear or affirm to tell the truth and nothing but the truth in this meeting today? If so, please say I do, along with your name and address.
I do, Katie Claggett, 2920 Bellevue Avenue, Kansas City, Missouri, 64108. Thank you so much for letting me speak briefly. I've been paying attention to this hearing, and I understand the BZA's concerns about the additional 21 special use permit conditions. I would urge the BZA to pass this today and add these conditions. We've worked tirelessly with the applicant for months on this, and the neighborhood needs operational controls in place now. And the longer that this is delayed, the longer the neighborhood does not have operational controls in place. So, I obviously don't understand all of the legal components that you have to consider, but from a neighborhood perspective, I would please ask that you vote on this today so we can put this to rest and so that we can all move on positively going forward. Thank you very much. I appreciate it.
Thank you, Katie.
May I ask what organization are you with and what is your position with it?
I am a neighbor. I have been involved in the Sacred Heart Neighborhood Association, but I've been primarily engaged as the neighbor who is literally right next door to this property. If you look at the aerial, my house is the house with the red roof. So we are the ones who've experienced this day in, day out for, the past 4 years that we've lived in the neighborhood. We've also been communicating with the neighborhood association throughout this process, and they're aware of all of our communications. So
All right. Got it. That's helpful. That's very important.
perfect.
We appreciate the feedback.
I'm just one board member. I will say I'm a little dubious of being able to just add all these conditions and whether or not that's something that is enforceable by the city. And I'm a little, I have a little bit of concern over the fact that this expires after 1 year. And after that 1 year, the applicant would no longer be bound by any of the 21 conditions because that's the provision, as I understand it, to be written. So, and I understand that practically speaking, the tenant will be gone, I guess, by that point. But what is there to stop the applicant from 5 years from now coming back or continue, bringing in the same tenant or a different tenant doing the same thing?
Well, bringing back the same tenant is one of the conditions. We're not allowed to basically renew. That would be a renewal of that special use permit. The plan, though, is that a lot of
Do that
these,
within the first year.
I'm sorry, I couldn't hear what you.
So you're saying that one of the conditions is that you can't bring back the same tenant.
We can't renew this special use permit.
Right. That's only true for the first year, according to the way this is written. So my question is that what stops the applicant from 2 years from now bringing back the same tenant?
The intent is not to put permanent bans on all uses, activities, and operational metrics, parameters in perpetuity. That is not something that you can do except by deed, and where we're willing to agree to that, we are. There is also an understanding on the neighborhood's part that in 2 years' time, they hope that somebody does come forward, and that use is either going to be allowed by right in the zoning district, or will require a new special use permit, at which point in time, we need to look at that specific use, that specific tenant, their specific operations, and come up with additional conditions that apply for that future special use permit. These 21 conditions that we're adding are really specific to the contractor and manufacturing, which has been an issue in the neighborhood for quite some time. So limiting their hours of operation, saying when they have to unload their equipment by, by a set date or set time each day. That's unique to those tenants. So, we do hope that we can make productive use of this property in the future, but we don't have those tenants lined up now. We're in the process of removing the current ones. And when we do have an idea of how we can repurpose this building, what type of uses are acceptable, we'll likely be back before this board with a new tenant, with a new proposal, and we will at least have a framework of what the neighbors found to be acceptable from a couple of years ago as the starting point to negotiate then a new set of conditions going forward.
Okay. So, are you comfortable saying then that the neighbors understand that this is a short-term solution and that you guys are working on the long-term solution?
We were clear with them that our goal is to provide a transition for the property, to get rid of the current tenants, to do so in a way that is as palatable as possible. And that we did go over the distinction between a deed restriction and, conditions that attach to a special use permit that expires. So Katie, I believe, is aware of that, but she's probably still online and can speak to that herself.
And then my last question is the neighbors have also been made aware then of their ability to report and bring back any violations to the board. They understand that as well.
Yeah, when I raised that at our neighborhood meeting, the reaction I got was, we don't want to run off to the city and do 311 complaints all the time. We want your phone number and we want to talk to you. And so that is one of the commitments then that we're making, is we want to be a good property owner. We want to be good neighbors and good tenants. So we hope that the first stop before they have an issue is to us and say, hey, we've agreed, and I saw that, you guys were 30 minutes late in unloading, something. We got to fix that. And so we'll have a conversation and we'll address that. But yes, they are generally aware that they can use the 311 complaint line to lodge complaints, and that, just like the code enforcement, the special use permit can be brought up for a review or revocation if there are complaints that the city finds to be credible that violate the conditions of the special use permit.
Okay, thank you.
A quick question about the clarity of condition 20. So my understanding is that the condition is just that you will record the deed restriction and then presumably hand the paperwork over to city staff, upon which they would approve the SUP, since the condition would be met. I don't know that the language there really is all that clear on what the timeline there is, whether the SUP starts at the time that the deed restriction is approved, handed over to the staff, and I don't see the language specifically that it is, and I don't see a time box for when this occurs. So I'm curious to hear your thoughts about that.
I think, Mr. Hayes, just to address that, it's similar to a lot of other conditions, like you have to screen, you've got to landscape, you've got to do all of these things. And there is, we're happy to provide a copy of the deed, but we will record that in the official land records of Jackson County. It'll be of record. Any title search will be able to find that, and it becomes enforceable upon recording. I don't know that needs to be necessarily a precondition to releasing the special use permit, because the special use permit is not seeking to establish one of those prohibited uses. We're only asking for the special use permit to allow for indoor storage and for limited manufacturing. The deed restriction really deals with adult businesses, but we can record that deed as soon as I can get my paralegal to draft it, and we can get it.
I'd like to hear staff's opinion on that, because I would think that if it's in there as a condition, that you wouldn't get the SUP until we have that, but
So
I'm also far from an attorney.
One option here, most standard in our conditions, is for the conditions to be met by a time of a building permit, a plat, a
Right.
certificate of occupancy. None of those things will occur here. So one option is to put a time on it. So within
30 days.
30 days. Yeah, we've done that before.
We could live with that.
All right,
I'll make a motion.
Mr. Hayes.
Just to clarify, these additional conditions are Exhibit 11?
Yes, that's exhibit
Okay.
11. No, exhibit 10. 10,
Exhibit
that's
10.
exhibit 10.
Okay.
Janice.
On docket item 6, case number 14, I move that we grant the applicant's requested special use permit in accordance with site plan, staff report, and the conditions therein, in addition to the conditions included in Exhibit 10, amending condition 20 of that exhibit to read that the developer shall record a deed containing a restriction that prohibits the property's use, so on and so forth, within 30 days. That's my motion.
This was for 1 year instead of 2 years.
1 year.
Oh,
May I
yeah,
ask-
and changing the term of the special use permit to be 1 year instead of 2.
Perfect.
Second.
Second from motion by Mr. Hayes, second by Mr. Meyer. Please call the roll.
Lawrence.
Aye.
Wright,
Aye.
Hayes,
Aye.
Meyer,
Aye.
Ebbets.
Thank you, gentlemen. Very well done. And the board's going to take a break because staff needs a break. We'll be back here in, what do we do? 10, 15. We'll be back here in 15 minutes. That makes it 11:10.
It's all yours now.
Even here.
A year would be like,
Oh, There's Meredith. Okay, go ahead. Yep. All right, let me give them. There you go. Yeah, I got two on this. I guess it's not going up. Just. Gonzalez, he went home because we got Jazz online. Okay. Number 10. You're ready, sir.
And we're recording, right? Okay. Okay, docket item number 10 is case CD BZA 2026-120, a request to approve variances to the Prospect Corridor Overlay District Community Node to permit a mixed-use tower in a UR district to exceed the 75-foot maximum height, plus any additional variances on about 1.5 acres generally located at the northeast corner of East 49th Street and Chestnut Avenue. Olafu Agbaji is the staff planner for this case, and we have the applicant here. If you are a member of the public who would like to speak on this case, please raise your hand online or approach the microphone on the podium to be sworn in. We have a hand raised online from Ms. Kiunta Stanley. Apologies if I've mispronounced anything. I'm going to promote Ms. Stanley to panelist. And Brittany. I'll promote Brittany to panelist.
Ms. Stanley, Miss Brittany, can you hear us? Oh, I get it.
If you could please turn on your cameras and microphones to be sworn in online.
Oh, can you share your?
Stop sharing for a minute.
Oh, hello, can you hear me?
Yeah, Brittany, we've got you. And who's the other person?
Ms. Stanley, if you could unmute so we can swear you in.
It's not allowing me to, this is Brittany Stanley as well. It's not allowing me to do my video.
That's okay,
Um,
Brittany, at least for the
okay.
time being. I see somebody's face. Who's that? That's Jazz. No, that's Jazz. Somebody up there in the corner.
Ms. Kiunta Stanley is also online. You have two people online.
Both the last name Stanley?
That is correct.
Okay. So Brittany, who's the other Stanley person?
It should be Keonta Stanley.
Okay. Kianza, can you hear us? Turn on your camera and microphone so I can swear you in.
I don't think we can hear you. You might need to check your microphone.
Brittany?
Can you hear me?
Yeah, I've got you.
Thank you.
What about, is it your sister?
That was her. That was Kenta.
Oh, that was, okay. All right. So both Stanley people and the people at the front, please raise your right hand to be sworn. Do you solemnly swear or affirm to tell the truth and nothing but the truth in this meeting today? If so, please say I do, along with your name and address. Ms. Kinty,
My name is
Please, yeah.
Kianta, but you could just call me Kai if it's a lot easier for you guys.
thank you, Kai.
Mhm.
Did you say I do, and along
That's
with your name
correct.
and address?
My name is Kai Stanley. My address is 4936 Walren Avenue in Kansas City, Missouri.
Great, thank you. And the other Stanley? Brittany?
Yes, my name is Brittany Stanley. My address is 4925 Walren Avenue. And I said, I agree. Or yes.
Thank you. And the
Uh-huh.
gentleman and lady. Oh, Olafu, yeah.
Olafu Agbaji, City Planning and Development, I do.
Thank you.
I do. Jeff Clock, 3612 Carnes, Kansas City.
I do. Robert Langenkamp, 10 West 59th Street, Kansas City, Missouri.
I do as well. Shannon Hesterberg, 4001 Dr. Martin Luther King Boulevard, Kansas City, Missouri.
Great. And who's speaking on behalf of the people? Jeff, or is that you, Robert? Who's speaking?
I think the three of us will all speak.
Okay. Somebody's got to take the lead.
I will start.
Thank you. There are a list of administrative exhibits labeled 1 to 9. They're associated with your case. Do you have any questions on those exhibits? And do I have your permission to admit them?
Yes.
Okay, great. So speaking to the microphone a little bit more, because our court reporters sometimes have difficulty. I heard you say yes. Yes? All right. Part of that is a presentation by Olafu on your left. Olafu, please tell us about this case.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, members of the board, Olafu Agbaji, City Planning and Development staff. Let me make sure I get the microphone. This next case, case number BZA 2026000120, is a request for variance for by Overlook residents at Overlook. And we did introduce the speakers today. Or this case is located down kind of in the midtown, just off 71 and Dr. Martin Luther King Boulevard, and specifically located just on the south side of Martin Luther King Boulevard and East 49th Street. Again, the area is highlighted in yellow. The overall development, which is offices at Overlook, and I'll share that with you, is just within this development. This is phase 2 of that development. Again, it's just off Brush Creek, it's to the north of, again, Prospect, Bruce Watkins Drive. This is a 2026, a recent aerial of the site. Phase 1 of this project has been constructed, which is the offices at Overlook, and that is currently existing, which makes this project vested. Again, these are pictures of the existing, these are Google pictures of the existing office building that's anchored to the overall development along Martin Luther King Boulevard and Chestnut. So going back to the site, again, the request today is for the site of the building at this location. Again, this is within the Prospect overlay district. So this request is not from the zoning code or from any, it's within the Prospect overlay. And this is, again, as you see, the Prospect overlay was approved by Ordinance 250378 back in May of 2025. This is the overall Prospect corridor, the overlay. But this specifically, as you can see, getting down to Martin Luther King and East 49th Street, you see that the Prospect did encumber this UR plan as part of that overlay. The specific variance is to the community node, and this is a clip from the overlay district that shows the community node limits the height of buildings within this corridor to 75 feet. So the request before you is just to that overlay district and to the height of the building. The request, the height being sought today is 48 feet and 2 inches to allow the building to be 133 feet and 8 inches. Again, how substantial is the variation in relation to the requirement? It's about 75 feet change. Will a substantial change be produced in the neighborhood's character, or a substantial detriment be created to adjoining properties? Staff feels that a change to the character of the neighborhood is anticipated because the surrounding neighborhoods here is about 1 to 2.5 story tall. The height of the building can be reduced to mitigate that. Going through this, the applicant did submit a statement of practical difficulty. I'll let them go into that more. But in reviewing the variance criteria, going through the first one, back in November of 2020, the city council approved the offices at Overlook, and the overall development is for 440,000 square feet of office office and residential development. And I allowed for, again, the residence is about 155 units on 7 lots, as you saw the site plan. And this building too was allowed to be 80 feet based on the UR plan in 2020. So when the overlook, the Prospect Corridor overlay was approved in May of 2025, it down limited the height within that node to 75 feet. But the building, if constructed today, can be constructed up to 80 feet as approved by the UR plan. And when you're looking at the variance, they're not seeking a variance to the lot and building standard in the code, because the lot and building standard within the UR development allowed again for 80 feet, which is 5 feet above the minimum or the maximum height requirement for the UR plan, and just 5 feet above the height that's restricted by the overlay district. So this is the overall plan that was approved back in 2020. Again, this is building 2. The applicant today is seeking a major amendment to change what you see the layout to allow for a higher building and additional residences within this area. And again, this is what was part of your exhibit. The height, the maximum height, the red line shows where they are at 80 feet, and then they are looking for additional 3 stories over those 80 feet. Again, this is the same request, and this is a perspective that shows that this building, which is the tower, will be in the middle of the site. On the back, on the north side of that will be the existing offices. And then on next to the residence will be a transitional 2-story, 2.5-story townhomes to then buffer the residences from the tower. So this is a view at the corner of 49th Street and Chestnut. So technically the building and this development will be going right in front of the existing office building. So that ends my presentation.
Okay, thank you, Olafu. Any questions of staff? Okay. Why should we grant your request today, sir?
Quick question. There was an additional exhibit provided. Did that make that into the presentation? Just this morning?
Oh, no, I can hand that to you, but he has to admit that, so.
You have that exhibit with you?
We
Is
do.
it electronic?
We do.
That'll be exhibit number 10.
We thought it was emailed. We do have a hard copy, if that's helpful.
So you're going to give us a PowerPoint? What do you have? Jeff, I'm not sure what you've got, so.
Well, it seemed, I
Sorry,
think,
we,
I think Earl
we,
might have
we
it
have a
emailed.
PowerPoint if
Yeah,
we
that'll
could
be.
supply that.
And that'll be fine for us.
Oh,
once
here
he
it
gets
is.
Perfect.
We've got it. Thank you for your patience. If you'd advance it 2 slides, perfect. Good morning, board. Thank you for hearing us today. As Olafu mentioned, we're requesting a height variance based on this property, the overlook site, because it's affected by a unique combination of circumstances, most notably the recent adoption of the prospectus overlay and its 75-foot height limit. So you can see the site here. What this project consists of is approximately 150 apartments, 9 stories of units, a partial level penthouse, which would make it 10 stories, and 2 levels of parking below grade. As Olafu mentioned, the project consists of a taller apartment tower and a lower structure that is better addresses the adjacent neighborhood at 49th Street. With walkout entries. The property is zoned UR and the owner has been actively redeveloping the overlook development site since approximately 2018, active in the greater district. Prior to the prospectus, the additional height could have been pursued through existing UR framework through minor or major amendment. And the current UR on record, the parcel height allowable the parcel height allowable would be 80 feet. The overlay adopted in 2025 material changed these development expectations after years of planning and investment in the corridor. A couple of things if you advance one slide, we have some significant topography on the site. We have over 20 feet within that blue rectangle that's right there. So close to Martin Luther King Jr. Boulevard is about 20 feet from, and then if you go south toward the neighborhood is about 0 to 21 from corner. With that, so with the massing of the building, if you go to the axon, it would be the next slide. Through the design of this, and I think this is supported by what's in the prospectus, but it's about the design of this building addresses the neighborhood, and the neighborhood to the south is materially 1-story single family residential. We want to create a significant amount of housing in this development and in this area, but it's not appropriate to build to the 75 feet prospectus limit or 80 feet UR limit. Those 2 massings are not very compatible. And so in order to do the lower development, pushing up the other side of the development. And again, as we think about the UR development, and it dates back to 2018, 2020, priorities have changed. Development that's being built today is different. The world has changed. And so with UR, one would expect that the UR would change, acknowledge those changes in the world. So the other thing, stop right here. So other details to this is with the UR, we're allowed 80 feet. If we were to create a minor amendment, which is no more than 10%, that would allow a staff approval of 80. So incrementally, we could theoretically approve a project that's at 88 feet. Prospectus limits us to 75. So there's a difference there, and we're trying to navigate that difference. One other detail, and then I will let Bob and Shannon take it and talk about the history of community builders in the neighborhood. But I do believe that the numbers quoted in the staff report are a little bit elevated based on the original UR did not include the mean. And I think the number that was suggested is elevation to the south, which is the entire building, and not considering the mean grade line. So the numbers that at least we have on this exhibit and what was in the UR was that the project is 118 feet, roughly 118 feet and 2 inches above the mean grade line, meaning that the variance is actually 83 feet, which is less than what the staff report.
Hold the microphone closer.
Thank you. Otherwise, I think maybe I'll let Bob and Shannon talk a little bit about the history of the development and the significance of their relationship with the neighborhood.
Thanks. Can you advance to the next slide, please? I'm not sure. Go on.
Oh, next one.
So I'm Shannon Hesterberg, Chief Operating and Real Estate Officer with Community Builders. I've been with the organization for 22 years. Just to give you a quick background on our organization, if you could go up to the flood picture, actually, I'm sorry. We've been around for 35 years. We're a 501c3 nonprofit. If you're not familiar with us, most of our work, that's perfect, has been done in the Brush Creek corridor here in Kansas City, just 10 minutes east of the plaza. And the pictures up on the screen speak volumes about the work that we do. On the left is what we call in the house, the flood picture. This is from 1994 when Brush Creek flooded. And the picture on the right is taken a couple years ago now. Anyway, this is down at Cleveland and Brush Creek and what was Swope Parkway, Blue Parkway, now it's Martin Luther King Boulevard. And this shows dramatic changes, right? So we've increased the area by 23 feet of fill. We've eliminated the flooding and we've brought tons of development to the area. If you could go to the next slide, please. It's probably a little hard to see on the screen, but this kind of gives you an overview of the corridor east to west. And on the east end in the blue boxes are all the things that were in that aerial view I showed you. There's a shopping center with a grocery store in it. There is housing. There is what was the H&R Block call center, which was developed. Now it's a developmental program for kids. Office building houses legal aid, credit union. Swope Health Services is a federally qualified health center, et cetera. So all of those things are part of our initial vision. And what we like to say in our mission statement is that we change the landscape. So back in 2018, we started doing the planning to the west of the corridor, and the area in the pink is the Overlook District. And that is one of the areas of our focus. So we did put in for UR in that area. I think it maybe has been amended once as well, which has led us kind of to here today. It takes a long time for us to get our projects done because of the capital stack and all the things that we have to get through with moving sewers and all kinds of fun stuff like that. So at any rate, that's kind of the history of the area. I just wanted to make sure that you kind of understood what we do. We're not just building one building. This is part of a 11-acre development project that's slated to be over $100 million when it's completed. And if we could go to the last slide, just very quickly, a brief overview about CBKC. In addition to all of our development work, we own and operate the Sunfresh on the boulevard there. We are a mentor to many African-American and small business companies. On the east side, we do a lot of other things like food drives and things like that for the community. We also own and operate over 600 units of affordable housing in the city. And we own and operate KC Pickle Club, which is over by the stadium, so if you're familiar with that. So with that, I'll turn it over to Bob.
Again, Bob Langenkamp. I just want to make a couple points, not go back over elements that have already been spoken to. Jeffrey made the point about how we've structured the density and the height on this to try and be responsive to the neighborhoods to the south. The other element that drives part of this is a need to have density on the site. Our issues in trying to do residential development, this is not a tax credit deal. This is not income or rent restricted type of residential project. This is a market rate project, understanding that the market where we work is very different. This is not downtown Crossroads or even the Country Club Plaza type of rent levels. Our costs are the same as development in those locations, but the rent levels are not. And so we have to try and drive more density into our projects. And because of the site and our sensitivity to the surrounding neighborhoods, it kind of creates this elevation issue that we're dealing with. The other thing that I wanted to just mention was this prospect corridor that has kind of created the issue for us. If you go back and you look at the prospect corridor zoning, and they list 5 reasons why they undertook and wanted to develop this zoning overlay. And I think we would suggest that we actually advance those 5 reasons and meet them. The first one was to identify solutions to barriers for TOD, transit-oriented development. Well, this project is kind of a transit-oriented development. We're paying for and installing pedestrian connections across the boulevard to ATA transit stops. We've redone all the public infrastructure, sidewalks surrounding the site. We've built a publicly available walking trail within the district. And higher densities just inherently support transit-oriented development and public transit ridership. The second one was to encourage mixed-use development. Well, this is a mixed-use development, as has been specified. We're putting both employment and housing within the district. And again, trying to create this kind of node which will support additional transit ridership. Third one is identify project financing, development partnerships that bring investment and residents into the area. Well, that's what we're doing. We're adding 150 residential units into this project area. This was an 11-acre tract that was blighted, environmentally damaged, and essentially empty. So we're bringing both employment and residents into this area and sort of reinvigorating the area through the development. The fourth one was support multimodal connectivity. Identify improvements. Again, we're going to be installing pedestrian connections to the ATA transit stops. And the last one, identify critical infrastructure needs to support new development. Shannon mentioned we've spent almost $1.6 million relocating a sewer line that transected the site and prevented development from taking place on it. We've rebuilt water lines, fire hydrants, sidewalks, curb and gutters throughout the project area. Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. Boulevard is a boulevard in the boulevard system, so we've had to meet boulevard standards with landscaping and those kind of development controls. So I think if you look at why undertaking the Prospect US plan, I think actually we advance the goals of that plan. We've got a little hang up here with the height that Jeffrey's trying to address, but I think we're meeting the intent of the district itself. Thank you.
Questions? I'm going to get Kai. Kai and Brittany, are you for or against this project? Kai, let's go with you first. Kai? Brittany?
Yes, I'm still here.
Thank you. Ma'am, are you for or against this project?
Opposed?
Okay. I'd like to hear your best.
Oh,
Kai
sure.
Stanley had gotten back into the attendance and she's back now.
Hey, Kai Stanley, are you for or against this project?
I would say currently as far as with the overall project that they have presented on bringing things into our neighborhood, I'm not against that. But this new building elevation itself, I am against that.
All right. I'd like to have, so Kai, I just heard your testimony. Do you want to add any more into that?
That is correct. I actually kind of like wrote something down like real quick, yesterday because I just kind of wanted to make sure that I kind of stayed on point with things. I just wanted to begin by saying that I do live in this neighborhood, so this will affect me. I would say personally, I've lived here ever since I was a third grader. I'm in elementary school, so I've seen the changes that have come to the east side here and a lot of missed opportunities. So I do see where community builders per se will want to come and bring something like this into our neighborhoods. But as the proposals have come along, also being a member of like the local Town Fork Creek neighborhood association, I believe these type of things also could have been brought to the table with my association that I'm a member of to maybe also discuss these type of changes that would have helped move forward with how the residents feel about that. A building height would have permanent consequences for not only views, the visual character is explained in those slides of the neighborhood, shadowing, and this just the site itself not correlating with all the single family homes that are, like he said, to the south of that. This itself, this structure is welcoming, but as far as with the height, I would like to say the magnitude of what they're presenting should have a more meaningful discussion when it comes to once again, the residents who would have to live with the consequences if this is not something that we can say with what we'll want to preserve is something like changing the character of our neighborhood, just as other neighborhoods we've seen on the west side come together and do. So that's why we wanted to present this today. A lot of times when I see people talk about what they could bring to the east side, we always hear a lot of things like saying it was overlooked here, or they talk about a lot of things that they did, like remedying the site itself. And I'd like to say once again, thank you for that, for bringing that here to the MLK Boulevard area. But I would also say when they're talking about how employers are hiring, that needs to be discussed, what employers are coming, whether these employees actually use the transit that they're saying is the reason why we need more density coming, or would those be people who are just coming in and driving in and out of the KC metro area who don't even live in that neighborhood, per se, maybe even the city. And
Kai?
also yes.
I'm sorry, you're limited to 2 minutes, but I think you're
My
pretty well.
apologies.
It's okay. You
Okay.
pretty much told us what you wanted to tell us, and I
And
appreciate
yeah, it's like just without fundamentally changing the character of the neighborhood, I would like this project to be able to go on, and I'll end it there.
Thank you. Miss Brittany, you're next. Tell us why you are opposed to this.
Ooh, I don't know how I'm gonna follow up behind all that, but I too, and I had an issue with the height of the building. It started off as being between 80 feet, and now we're talking about a building that's going to be 134 feet. Now, in the fire service world, we all know that's a high rise. And so with that being a high rise, I think that kind of constitutes some type of issues when it comes to emergency situations and the fire side being one of those. Um, Also, I had an issue with the parking that might become an issue. With there being 152 units proposing now versus only 20 units that was going to be with the mixed property, I believe we're going to have some parking issues. I believe it's supposed to be shared parking, but it doesn't really say like how that shared parking is supposed to lay out clearly on the plans that I was able to see. I think that's going to cause traffic issues. The traffic itself, right now, we're already having issues with the Emmanuel Cleaver Outreach building that's daycare that's at Prospect and MLK Boulevard, and it's already congested over there. So I don't think that those are good things that's coming from this project. I do agree. We thank them for coming into the neighborhood to make these changes, but I think it could be thought out and planned out a little bit more. And I think that the townhome idea is more efficient, and it goes along and complements our neighborhood structures that we have there that we've already invested in as single homeowners, more than it would putting a penthouse in the middle of nowhere. The last thing I want to touch on is that if you guys allowed this to happen, you set the precedence for spot zoning. And when you do that, you open up our neighborhood to for predatory development. Other people that might want to come in and put high rises up around us and kind of take away our privacy. So I just here today to urge you to vote no on this proposal to increase the approval of the height of their project.
Thank you, Ms. Brittany. Your opposition is noted. We have someone at the front. I don't think I've sworn you in. Do you solemnly swear or affirm to tell the truth and nothing but the truth in this meeting today? If so, please state your name and address.
Emmett Pearson, 4001, Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. Boulevard, Suite 301, KCMO 64130.
Thank you, Mr. Pearson. What is your concern today?
I am the president and CEO of Community Builders of Kansas City. So, Mr. Chairman, members of the commission, thank you so much. Just want to talk about a couple things. We've had a relationship with the Town Fork Creek neighborhood for over 30 years. It started with so much so that having their longtime president was actually a board member on Community Builders. So when my colleague, Ms. Hesberg, talks about how long we've been talking about the Martin Luther King Jr. Boulevard, we've been there since probably 28 years. With regards to this particular development, we've had conversations about mixed income housing with Town Fork Creek neighborhoods and the other neighborhoods as well, going back to the early 2000s. We've made good on those, starting with, as Shannon said, 2018. And recently, we've had 2 meetings with the Town Fork Creek neighborhood, the most recent being Monday night, and before that, 3 weeks prior, that we hosted them at the only market rate project that is east of Paseo at our Rochester, which was the proof of concept that this is needed. What we constantly hear on the east side, particularly along Martin Luther King Boulevard, is how do we get mixed income housing? All of our developments are all full. Our most recent, the Rochester, it's all full. That's why we are doing this right here, and that's why we're asking for a little grace on the height, because we want to be able to bring a diverse background of people and incomes to a place that currently does not have housing. Right now, from this site, we have over 1,200 units of rent-restricted housing. We don't have any housing for the missing middle. And if we're trying to have holistic and inclusive neighborhood, it has to start by having the same advantage that other areas of the city have. I think Jeffrey or Bob talked about the Crossroads, the newest development along Gillum and Troost. Those are all more density there. I wish that the Prospect Us would have contacted us. I was at a couple of meetings. I'm from 2 blocks away from Prospect, from 53rd. And so I'm asking that you take consideration of, we're doing this to get more density in an area that doesn't have it, that does not have the outlet. And with regards to parking, the parking is going to be underground. So it's not going to, be disruptive on the site itself and to the neighborhood. That's a requirement of the city as part of our next building for the housing. So I hope I've addressed some of the concerns that I've heard. I just want to make sure that we have been and continue to be great partners to not only Town Fork Creek neighborhood, but to the surrounding areas as well. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Pearson, for your testimony. Jeff or Bob or Shannon, continue comments on those.
Well, I think Emmett addressed the parking concern. Again, that is, we're going through the UR process, and so we have to get everything approved. This is about a variance and height only, but the apartment ratio, parking ratio is sufficient enough that could be approved through a UR.
I think Kai and Brittany were concerned about the height. Tell us about that.
With, I heard concern about the single family neighborhood. And I think the design is such that it helps to address that through the Prospect Us, we could build a 75-foot building, and we could build it right against 49th Street, right next to those single family houses. I just don't think that that's the intent of the Prospect Us. I don't think that's good urban design. And so in order to address the kind of reduced scale there, we've increased the scale on the other side. I talked a little bit about the topography too. We have 20 feet that is basically unusable. We're using that as parking, but we would not be able to claim those stories to do a double loaded corridor, to do units. And so those 2 floors almost just get stacked on top in order to make it work. I don't know, Bob, Shannon, anything to add there?
I would add, Mr. Chairman, with your permission, roughly 200 yards away from the back door of this building, proposed building, there's Paraclete Manor. It's been there. It's probably 13 stories. Where one of the folk online talked about this traffic. That traffic is at Prospect and Martin Luther King Boulevard from the daycare. That's probably 200 yards away from where we are. But there's already an existing building that's 13 stories there, as well as if you come back toward the east, closer to our base operation, our base campus, you have Pendleton Heights, which is probably 10 stories, 10 stories there as well. So again, we are not trying to be so far different. You know, our nod to the townhomes is exactly that, a nod to the neighborhood. So how do we begin to introduce, we can't do single family, but how do we introduce a more family-oriented look to the neighborhood along 49th Street? So we're very intentional about how that is. So I'll just say, you already have buildings that are above this, what we're talking about here. But if we're trying to have a community that has the density to support mixed income, which is what I hear all the time, what the neighborhoods and what people want, we have to have more density just along Truce, just along Armour, just along the Crossroads District. This needs to be no different.
Thank you, Mr. Pearson.
But do we get to respond or is our time over?
Well, your time's kind of over, but I'll give you 30 seconds.
Okay, just to respond to that, those two buildings that he uses as an example, those belong to senior citizens or folks who probably don't even drive, so they don't have to worry about the traffic on that. Thirdly, they are on main boulevards, the ones on Prospect and ones on Soul Parkway. They're putting this building that's kind of squeezing right between a main boulevard and a street, which is right, like if you go on the other side of the other diagram of the townhomes, it's a neighborhood full of single homes. So the examples that was given are great examples, but they are two totally different things. They are apples and oranges.
Thank you. Thank you, Ms. Brittany. All
Yeah,
right,
I'd
board
like-
members, questions?
You mind if I respond to Brittany's comment about traffic?
30 seconds.
Quick, okay. The one, Brittany's concern, I understand that. Chestnut is where access is basically you come from Chestnut to access our garage. Chestnut, if one would presume that a user would come off of Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. Boulevard, turn onto Chestnut, turn into the garage, and then vice versa outward. So the chances of driving on 49th Street through the single family neighborhood is minimal, presumed to be minimal.
It's
Thank you for
not.
that. Okay, thank you, ladies. Okay, gentlemen, board members, let's have any other questions of.
Jazz was just about to say something.
Oh, Jazz, I'm sorry, I didn't hear you.
I was just gonna say a couple thoughts of my initial impression. I admire the applicant's goal of trying to get density. At the same time, we have this overlay district that the city council passed last year. And this is a rather substantial variance being requested. I'm not, as part of the review criteria for variance, we have to consider hardship or practical difficulty. I'm not seeing a substantial case being made for hardship or practical difficulty here. The allowed height is quite large already, 75 feet. An additional 75% on top of that, you're talking nearly double the allowed height. You know, I can appreciate that the applicant wants a larger building, but it's clear from the ordinances that the city council has passed that they want buildings no higher than 75 foot in this district, and I don't think it's for us to basically write the code for them. I don't see hardship or practical difficulty here.
Thank you, Jazz.
I have a different opinion. I'm excited about this project. I think it's a transformational project for the area. The area deserves it, needs it. I also want to thank Mr. Pearson and community builders for continuing to invest in this corridor and in the city. I do appreciate that you guys are putting the parking below grade. That shows me that you're not just trying to go as tall as you possibly can. Putting parking below grade, those that don't do development, it's extremely expensive. You're spending a lot more money to hide it. It looks better from the street, looks better for the neighbors, looks better for everybody. I'm one board member, but I'm proud to support this project and excited to see the impact that it has in the community.
I had a few questions regarding the project in itself. Are we confident in exactly what the height of the building is? My understanding, we were going from grade, but is that grade from the top of where the parking structure sits? Because I do see there is a grade change from 49th down to Martin Luther King Boulevard. So are we starting from that grade change from there, or are we starting from where the building sits on top of the parking structure, or the intent of the structure?
In my calculation, I took the mean grade, and I think I did it with the group. The grade he was questioning was what was allowed by the original UR, which was the 80 feet. That I did not measure. That was what was in the UR data. That was what was allowed. So in the UR use table and the data table, there was a maximum of 80 feet allowed for this building too. So I did not measure the mean like you said, but that's not where that came into my report. It came into my report from the approved UR plan that had a number on it that says 80 feet. So if he had measured the old plan and it was different, I did not use that in my analysis. So my analysis just came straight from the approved UR plan. There's a difference in those height. But the mean height is correct, accurately measured and that's for the proposed amendment that they have for the UR today.
According to the report, then we are 133 feet. My question in submission to the UR, was this design and plan already in place, and the intent allow what the max would have been at 80 feet, and then upon initially designing your capital stack and kind of your numbers, we decided that now we need to go 133 feet for this project to make sense?
Can I take that, Commissioner Wright? Our plan was always to have over 100 units of housing. And so again, as our team is laid out, with the topography, that began to question and push that envelope. As you're aware of how development goes, as you're working on multi-layered buildings, density is what also drives the numbers, especially on this side of town. I'm already concerned about appraisals and all that good stuff. So while we're not trying to do a 250, I do have to have density, and that's really based on the operational of the Rochester, of which I think you're aware of. And we made probably an error there in not building more storage, but at the time, COVID, money was hard to come by, and et cetera, et cetera. So absolutely, that is a driving factor. But, as we understand, the BZA, does not necessarily care about the pro forma side of it, but that is also a significant factor as well in doing this project. We have to make it pencil. And if we're only able to do 4 or 5 story buildings, then these projects are not going to pencil. And if they don't pencil for us as the, most prolific developer in this corridor, then nobody else is coming to do a dense project to bring additional housing. It hasn't happened for 30 years without us.
I echo Mr. Meyer's thought that the taller building is set back from 49th Street, so there shouldn't be much shadowing, I wouldn't think, into the single family homes on 49th. So
I love the design architecture as well. to respond on one of his points, I think it's important that we understand, yes, we don't really necessarily care about performers, et cetera, but it is important for us to understand why, you know? If it doesn't pencil out, we need to understand that because it helps us make these decisions. Because we do want the city to continue to grow.
Did it pencil out?
That's at the height that's proposed.
I do understand the concern. I think, in which we try to consider precedent. And we've had other overlays come before us with downtown truths, in which there's always an ask for a variance. And the one time that we have finally initiated the prospect variance and there's a project in place, this variance has come to us. But it is significant. It is like a 75%. And so it does, I do get what the concern would be as, it will set a precedent on or further, but I think the precedent that gets set is kind of essentially what was the point of the overlay, to bring more people and bring more investment down to Prospect, because we really can't wait another 30 years for something like this to happen. The other thing too is that because we are so far behind, particularly around Prospect and those needs, we are always playing catch up. And so doing something like this now really, in my opinion, kind of allows us to initially not be so far behind when it comes to the development that's happening in Kansas City. And not to really kind of make this too much in a sense of political or personal, but here we are with the plaza needing to be redone again. We're just now getting started on Martin Luther King Boulevard. And so if we're going to match what the needs are with the city and make sure we are equitable, we have to play from a position that's uncomfortable for ourselves, for our community, and really, really think about our future generations, so that they are not playing from behind for what the needs of the city are. I mean, the 75% is a lot. The 3 additional stories I see, or technically 4, but as mentioned, the other buildings in the area are essentially the same. When it comes to 10 or 13, what I do also appreciate is that it's not up against the residential. You did provide that buffer with the townhomes, and then we kind of glanced over it, but also saw the landscaping that was there to also kind of create that separation. I'm still kind of confused in a sense on the actual true height, because what I would like to see is like that 75%, can it get reduced a little bit if we're measuring either truly from the size of the building itself, and not from the concrete structure. That will help me kind of give an idea of what's truly the true height of the building itself, and not so much, I feel like we should be starting at the top of the concrete structure and not so much the entire thing, because the point of the concrete structure underneath and the elevation that was needed is to provide that 2 layers of parking so we don't have the traffic issues.
Good point.
Can I speak to her in regards to the height?
Go ahead, Miss Brittany. Quickly.
Okay, so according to their plans, the height is going to be 11 floors. That's above grade. So if that can give you an idea of what is being placed in a single family structure residential area, 3 blocks off of Prospect with a highway running through it already, is going to be 11 floors tall.
Thank you, Miss Brittany. I only count 10 myself, but
10. Yes,
Plus the roof.
there's 9 apartments, and then there's the 10th floor is a penthouse.
Right.
And it's a small footprint. It's mostly mechanical.
Right.
And also,
Can
could I speak a
you
little
speak
bit
from the audience?
about the Town Fork Creek? Just a little bit. I'm sorry, this is Mrs. Kai again, just coming in about, just as I typed in the chat that I do understand that they do have a great relationship with the town Fort Creek, but as far as like the last meeting, which I was able to attend via Zoom, there wasn't a lot pushed as far as like with like the height or a lot of things about the description of things changing, just like basically what they would have wanted to see there. Just kind of also proposing, I love that they're coming here to assist us, but a lot of times when people keep saying something about a pro forma and financials, those type of things are great when people are putting projects out there, but financials should not supersede what is being said to you by residents who actually live in that neighborhood. And secondly, to follow it up, it's like fear mongering when we keep on saying no one else is coming, no one else is coming. Thank you, Soul Builders, for coming, but maybe that's something that the city needs to maybe be able to push and assist more with people to help someone to come if the numbers aren't making sense to someone, even as like Soul Builders say, if they can't be able to build per se. So please quit pushing us to say that we should just take it because we're on the east side. It's like fear mongering is how I take that.
Thank you, Ms. Kai. Appreciate it. All right, board members, let's figure out what's going on here and wrap it up. As a final comment, we're talking about the east side. We didn't get involved in this, but at 47th and Main Street, 47th and Broadway, Plaza area, they're giving 13 and 15 stories down there. And we shouldn't be, maybe we shouldn't be doing that either, but it happened. So. It's
Mark,
good development for the east
to
side.
clarify, we didn't need to look at that because it was permitted, the height was permitted by right.
I agree. I agree.
So if we were to approve this, we would be undermining the code, because the code is what the code is. They passed it last year. It's clear that they didn't want buildings higher than 75 feet. If the city council wants to go back on that, they can amend the code, but it's not up to us to decide we don't like the code.
You're right, Jazz. Okay, out of turn.
Go ahead, please.
The original UR that was submitted was approved, right?
That's correct. And we could have done a minor amendment to go up to 88, I think, 10%.
There's no other comments. I will try to make a motion.
Good, Mr. Meyer.
Docket item 10, case number 120. Grant the applicant's request for the variance to the Prospect Corridor Overlay District for the height restriction in accordance with site plan and staff report.
I have a motion from Mr. Meyer. Do I have a second? Second from Ms. Wright.
Lawrence?
Chairman, did we admit the exhibit as 10?
His
Yeah.
PowerPoint we did, yes.
Okay.
Yes.
I just wanted to make sure.
Yeah, thank you for reminding me.
Okay, motion and second, Mr. Gorens. Right?
Aye.
Hayes?
Opposed?
Meyer?
Aye.
Ebbets?
Aye. Your project is approved. Ty and Brittany, thank you for your testimony.
Thank you.
Are you ready to move on to the next item? Okay, docket item number 11 is case CD BZA 2026-113. A request to approve a special exception in an R 2.5 district to permit a fence taller than 4 feet in the front yard on about 1/10 of an acre, generally located at 2740 Cypress Avenue. Connor Tomlin is the staff planner for this case. Don't see Gibson in the online audience. Any
Anyone interested in the 2740 Cypress case? Caitlin Gibson or
Would you like us to go on to?
Yeah, let's
docket
take
item?
another
Okay.
one.
Docket item number 12. It's case CD BZA 2026-117.
Where's
Minute
Liz?
for Liz Collins to come from the back. There they are. A request to approve a special exception to the maximum height of a fence on a corner lot zoned R 0.5, plus any additional variances on about 0.63 acres, generally located at 3005 Harrison Street. Liz Collins is the staff planner for this case, and we have the applicant here. If you are a member of the public who'd like to speak on this case, please raise your hand online or approach the microphone on the podium to be sworn in. I have Kevin B. online. I'll promote Kevin B. to panelist. Kevin, if you would turn on your camera and microphone to be sworn in.
Kevin?
Good morning.
Good morning. Please raise your right hand. Everyone raise your right hand to be sworn. Do you solemnly swear or affirm to tell the truth and nothing but the truth in this meeting today? If so, please say I do. Kevin, let's start with you in the virtual audience.
I do. Kevin Boyer, CFO, CEO of Operation Breakthrough, 3039 Troost Avenue, Kansas City, Missouri.
And Josh, I'm guessing.
Yeah, Josh Lipscomb. I do with Wallace Design Collective, 1703 Wyandotte.
Great. Josh, there's a list of administrative exhibits we would like to admit to hear your case today. They're labeled 1 to 10. Do you have any questions on those exhibits? And do I have your permission to admit them? Yes, okay. And speaking of the microphone too, thank you. Okay, part of this presentation by Liz Collins to your left. Liz, please tell us about the case.
All right, good technically afternoon. Before you today, we have docket item number 12, which is CD BZA 2026-117, located at 3005 Harrison Street, which is currently zoned R 0.5. The applicant seeks a special exception to install a 6-foot fence to utilize a corner lot as a children's playground and gardening space for Operation Breakthrough. So here is a general look at the subject site within the city of Kansas City. And then here is a closer look at the subject property on the corner of East 30th and Harrison Street. And then while not all of the properties that Operation Breakthrough owns are shown in this photo, their main campus is just south of this property.
And Liz, share your screen. I'm not sure it is. Sorry.
No, you're fine.
For Jazz. Jazz can see it.
Or yeah. Jazz, can you see the screen?
I can see the intro slide of the case.
Let me try again.
There you go.
Okay, there we go. I'll go back a little bit for Jazz. So here is the subject site on East 30th Street and Harrison. And then as I said earlier, just south of the property are more properties owned by Operation Breakthrough. And then here is the site plan that was submitted by the applicant, where you can see that the perimeter has been outlined in red, and that is where this 6-foot fence would go. And then here are some photos of the existing conditions on the property. It is just a vacant parcel with there is a shipping container that is used for storage on the property that the applicant has noted that they will move to an area to a different property where that is zoned, that is permitted by the zoning. Here is a look from the northern part of the site, and you can see an existing 6-foot fence that is on the northern property line. So the request before you today is a special exception of 2 feet to the standard to permit a 6-foot fence on the subject site per the submitted site plan. This is about a 50% change, as the maximum fence height permitted in an R zoning district is 4 feet. However, a substantial change to the character is not anticipated. Like I mentioned earlier, there is an existing 6-foot wrought iron fence on the north side of the property, And since most of the adjoining lots are also owned by Operation Breakthrough, staff does not believe that the fence would create a major detriment to the adjoining properties. The difficulty could be avoided by a change in design. If the fence were lowered to 4 feet, a special exception would not be required. And then when reviewing the special exception review criteria, the first is that there is good and sufficient cause to grant the exception. So the applicant is requesting this 6-foot black vinyl chain link fence around the full perimeter of the property. The site is vacant, but intended to be turned into a children's play space and a vegetable garden for the Operation Breakthrough campus. The requested fence height is to help improve security and deter encampments from the site. Having adequate fencing of the lot would also allow the parcel to be activated with the proposed uses. Staff notes that a 4-foot fence would likely be satisfactory in achieving most of the applicant's needs. Review criteria 2 is that the grant of the special exception will not adversely affect the appearance of the neighborhood or adjacent properties. Approval of this special exception may lead to further requests for taller fences on residentially zoned properties. However, staff does not believe that the proposed fence would negatively affect the appearance of the neighborhood. And then when looking at whether or not the fence would be compatible with the existing property in terms of materials, color, and design, the proposed fence is a black vinyl chain link fence. Staff finds that the color and design is compatible with the surrounding properties, and additionally, staff is supportive of the visibility provided, especially for a children's playground. And with that is the end of my presentation. I will take any questions.
Thank you, Liz. Questions of Liz Collins, anybody? Okay. Josh, why should we grant your request today?
Yeah, thank you all for hearing us. Our main point is that Operation Breakthrough is just a valuable part of the community and really instrumental in as far as just for the youth and families in the community. And as part of this project, we would be able to open even more programming for Operation Breakthrough and which I think, you know, is we can probably all agree is good for the community. As part of that, anything to do with children safety is of the utmost concern for us. And just in talking with Operation Breakthrough, and Kevin will speak to it later too, just they really feel like that the difference between a 4-foot tall fence and a 6-foot tall fence, it makes a big difference as far as an inviting fence as far as trying to climb over. And they've reported that they've had consistently over the years, they've had issues with vagrancy on the site and people setting up encampments, and they just, you know, and they've had to ask them to leave in the past, and they've even had to call the fire department out to put out campfires too. So just as part of that, in trying to introduce children into that same space, that's really our.
Thank you. Kevin, what's your comments?
Yeah, that's very, thank you for hearing us today. Very consistent with Josh's comments. 4-foot fence would keep some people off the lot, but we've had 4-foot fence before, and it's very easy for people to jump over that and encamp. And so just in terms of consistency with that north fence, if we could have that all the way around, we believe that would be the best safety for our staff and for our children.
Thank you. We miss Sister Berta, by the way.
We all do. Thank you.
Members, questions?
I have a motion if there's no other comments.
You know, we've granted this at many different schools, so this is not unusual. Yep.
On docket item 11, case number 113, do we grant the applicants?
Number 2.
Sorry about that. Docket 12, case 117, that we grant the applicant's request for the special exception for the fence in accordance to site plan and staff report.
Perfect. I have a motion by Mr. Meyer. Do we have a second? Second from Ms. Wright. Get you the name.
Gorence,
Aye.
Wright,
Aye.
Hayes,
Aye.
Meyer, Ebbets.
Aye. Your project is approved, gentlemen. Thank you very much for coming before us.
Have a good day.
Good luck with the school. It's great.
Thanks for what you do for the community.
Thank you. We appreciate it.
Everyone's good. I like to finish the cases if we can, and then we'll break for lunch.
Sounds good. Docket item number 13 is case CD BZA 2026-104. A request to approve a variance to the sign standards to permit a larger sign, plus any other needed variances in an O-3 zoning district on about 2.09 acres generally located at 4900 Oak Street. Stephanie Saldari is the staff planner. I see Trey Magruder online, and I'll promote him to panelist. If there are any other members of the public who would like to speak on this case, please raise your hand online or approach the microphone on the podium to be sworn in. Magruder, if you would turn on your camera and microphone to be sworn in.
Magruder, can you hear us?
Yes, I can. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can. I'd like for you to raise your right hand to be sworn. Do you solemnly swear or affirm to tell the truth and nothing but the truth in this meeting today?
I do.
And please state your name and address for the court reporter.
Trey Magruder, 4900 Oak Street, Kansas City, Missouri.
Thank you, Trey. There are lists of administrative exhibits associated with your case. They're labeled 1 to 9. Do I have your permission to admit those?
Yes, you do.
I should have asked you first. Do you have any questions on those?
No, I'm good.
Great. Those are admitted. Part of that is a presentation by Ms. Stephanie Soldari. Stephanie, please tell us about the case.
Good afternoon. We have docket item 13, CDBCA 2026-104, located on 4900 Oak Street, Zone O-3, and the applicant seeks a variance to the non-residential signage standards to permit a large, not a large wall sign, a larger monument sign. Previously, the Board of Zoning Adjustment granted the variance to these signs for 18 months. The variance has expired, and applicant would like to make the existing signage permanent. The subject site is located just down south. And highlight in yellow is the subject site. So this is what the site looks like from the front of the property. This ribbon sign at the last time they were in front of the board was considered art because there is no like logo or business name on it, so we will not be discussing that sign. We are discussing the monument sign. Here is another photo. And a little bit of case history. So in 2023, there was a variance request to allow for larger temporary signage. It was approved, and then it expired in September of 2024. And after the board approved that variance, then the applicant got a temporary use permit for that temporary signage, and it has expired as well in 2024. This property used to be zoned residential, and they rezoned to office in September of 2024 to allow larger signage. And so the applicant's requesting the variance only for the candy box monument sign. Again, the ribbon sign is blank and considered art. And then there is also like a chocolate lawn art candy sign that has expired, but that one is not being put before the board today. And so right now we have the ribbon here, the box, the chocolate candies here, which that one needs to be removed, and then the monument sign up on the northeast of the property. All right, so the first variance request is a variance of 43.3 square feet to the non-residential sign standards to permit a monument sign of 93.3 square feet on the subject site per submitted site plan. This is an 86% change A change to the character of the neighborhood is anticipated. The sign is almost double the maximum allowed size. And the sign can be reduced to meet the standards. And this is what that sign looks like with its dimensions. Variance request B is a variance of 1.3 feet to the non-residential sign standards to permit a monument sign of 7.3 feet in height on the subject site per submitted site plan. This is a 21% change. A change to the character of the neighborhood is somewhat anticipated. So permanent large signs impact the neighborhood more than temporary large signs. The height variance is not substantial, but it is larger than what is permitted and could impact sign plans for surrounding properties. And the height of the sign can be reduced to meet the requirements. And then the last variance request is a variance to the non-residential sign standards to permit a monument sign without a base on the subject site per submitted site plan. This is a complete deviation. A change to the character of the neighborhood is anticipated. The sign is on 2 stilts, which would be classified as a pole sign, which is an unpermitted sign type in Kansas City. So per 8856-502B, the Board of Zoning Adjustment may not grant a variance that varies the type and number of signs allowed. And the sign must be placed on a code compliant base to obviate the variance. And this is just an example, like a base that it needs to be on. So the base must be a minimum of 75% of the width of the widest part of the sign. And then the sign is on these 2 stilts, so it's not on a solid base. And then should the board choose to approve these variances, staff asks that you also add 2 conditions to these variances. The first one pertains to the location of the monument sign. This was brought up 2 or 3 years ago when Anna first took this case, that the monument sign is not in the subject site, it's actually in the public right of way. And I did discuss this with the applicant. So if any of the variance requests A through C are approved, the applicant must move the monument sign and be placed within the 4900 Oak Street property boundaries. As it currently sits in the public right-of-way, the monument sign must still meet the required setbacks or obtain a variance to the setbacks. The applicant was willing to move it back so it meets that 10-foot setback. And condition number 2, if any of variance requests A through C are approved, the candy lawn art on the northeast corner of the property must be removed as the temporary use is expired. And I think I don't know if you can see that too well, but I zoom in. So this is the northern property line. And right, if you see that white line right there, that is the monument sign. And that concludes my presentation.
Okay. Questions of Stephanie? Anybody? All right. Mr. Magruder III, why should we grant your request today, sir?
Sure. Dave, thanks for your time, and I appreciate this. The original variance was done in 23, and it was to celebrate Russell Stover's 100th year anniversary. And the ribbon and the sign was well received by the public. I think everyone enjoyed seeing that lawn art and so forth. Really was to help us celebrate that major accomplishment for the company. It's been there for almost 3 years, and we'd like to see it stay. It's been well received. We have not received any complaints or pushback from any of our neighbors or so forth. In fact, it's become a bit of a selfie picture-taking spot for some visitors to the area. So we think it sweetens up the building, and it really enhances the area, and we like to keep it in place.
So, sir, we realized that you'd have to put that on the base. It just can't be sitting there on the stilts like it is today. It's got to be moved.
I understand that, and I do, as Stephanie pointed out, I fully, accept the fact that that sign was placed in the right of way, and we will agree to move it. If a base is required, we can do that too. Absolutely.
Is it lighted?
No, it's not.
Would be required, correct?
Yes.
Yeah. I just want to make sure you're okay with staff's additions of what is going to be required, so.
Right. The one requirement to actually move it out of the right of way,
Right.
sure, we accept that. The other part, yes, that's fine. That in fact, those items have already been removed. So
Okay.
it's
And then putting that sign on an actual base that meets their requirements.
yes, we could do that. And it does not have to be lighted, correct?
No.
Don't want it to
Yeah,
be
right.
lighted.
Yeah.
Right. Yeah.
And Trey, you're not going to redo the sign. You're going to use the existing sign.
We certainly are. Yes, that can be done. Yes, sir.
But I'm not saying it needs to be done. I'm just asking.
Yes, that's our intention. Yes. It's a pretty interesting sign. It's an exact copy of a box.
A little bit taller than what I feel comfortable with, but I'm not, I'm not going to make you redesign it.
Just some thoughts as one board member. I think variance B, I have no problem with variance B. It sounds like the applicant is saying they don't need variance C. Variance A in regards to the square footage of the sign, I think it's a relatively large variance, and I'll kind of echo my thoughts that I stated in the last case. I don't see a hardship or practical difficulty that would warrant granting this variance, and I think approving it would set a bad precedent for people to build large monument signs. Yeah, that's where I'm at.
Thank you, Jazz.
I agree that it's large, but it's also already in place. It's already,
Gave it to
it's
him a
already,
couple years ago.
yeah, we approved it a couple years ago. I do agree with you that I think it could have been a little bit smaller, but Patty said they're going to build a new sign, then I would probably have a different opinion, but if they're reusing that sign that we've already approved in the past, I think.
That the prior approval was on a temporary basis though, right? This is a permanent approval of the sign?
Correct.
I guess that question is directed to staff.
Yes, the prior approval was temporary and this one will be permanent.
Question for you, Stephanie. Can they change the lettering and such in the future?
They can change the face of the monument sign, but like that's permitted, just not like if you approve the size they have right now, they can't make it larger
Okay.
without another variance.
Russell Stover's been a function of Kansas City for so long, even though they've been bought out, I wouldn't want them to.
I don't want to be the reason they moved to Kansas.
Yeah,
Not because of this sign.
yeah, they relocated to Kansas in 1931, so it's been a while. Yeah.
That's the BZA.
Board members, I'll entertain any of their thoughts or motions. Okay, Mr. Lawrence?
Case number docket 13-00104. Recommend we approve the request in accordance to with staff report and site plan.
All right,
Did you say A, B, and C, or
Yeah,
all of it?
all of
Okay.
it.
I mean, C is
No.
being removed anyways, but
because we can't approve C because that's approving a pole sign, which we
Right.
cannot do.
but it's going to, so we need to, I guess we need to word it to where it will be removed and put on a base. Correct?
Needs to be put on a base or it needs to be lowered so that the whole,
Oh, the whole
Sign
sign
is-
sits in the yard without sticks.
Basically, you're saying that it could sit on the poles, but the bottom of the sign would be level with the ground, and that would be acceptable?
Yes, I'm hearing that from staff.
Yeah,
Yes.
that's what yeah.
So we're going to do A and B and not C.
Yes, correct.
So, Mr. Gorns, can I briefly state that you'd like to make a motion in case number one, case docket 13, case 104, to approve variance A and B and variance and deny variance C.
Like that.
Second.
Or do you also want to add the conditions or no?
Oh, yes,
Yes, with conditions.
Staff reports and site plan.
conditions therein. Yeah.
Gorence,
Aye.
Wait, do I have second from Meyer? Okay,
Yeah.
Thank you.
Wright,
Aye.
Hayes,
Opposed.
Meyer,
Aye.
Ebbets.
Aye. The project is approved. Thank you for coming, Forest Trey. Good luck with it. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Appreciate your time.
All right.
We can call the case and then wait for him to reappear. We do have the applicant for number
let's go
11. Do
back.
you want to go back to number
Perfect.
11? Docket item number. Tony's right here. Want to go back to number 11?
Yeah.
Okay. Docket item number 11 is case CD BZA 2026-113. A request to approve a special exception in an R2.5 district to permit a fence taller than 4 feet in the front yard on about 1/10 of an acre, generally located at 2740 Cypress Avenue. Connor Tomlin is the staff planner. Caitlin Gibson is online, and I'm going to promote her to panelist. And if you would turn on your microphone and camera to be sworn in.
Hello, Caitlin. I'm ready for you to light up here in a second. And Sarah, do we have any other interested parties on this
Oh,
one?
yes. If you are a member of the public who would like to speak on this case, please raise your hand online or approach the microphone to be sworn in. You have no other hands raised online?
Sorry, I'm having a little bit of issue trying to get my camera to turn on.
Hear ya. Still trying, Caitlin?
Yes, I am still trying. I'm so sorry. I may have to switch to a different device if that's okay.
Sometimes when you switch devices, you're knocked out. Caitlin, we don't really have to see you. We'd like to see you.
Okay.
But let's
I'm
have
so
you-
sorry. I don't know why it's not letting me
Okay. Well, I'm gonna
enable
ask you
access.
to virtually raise your right hand to be sworn. Do you solemnly swear or affirm to tell the truth and nothing but the truth in this meeting today? If so, say I do, along with your name and address.
I do. Caitlin Gibson, 2740 Cypress Avenue.
Thank you, Caitlin. There's a list of administrative exhibits we'd like to admit to hear your case today. They're labeled 1 to 10. Do you have any questions on those exhibits?
No.
And may I have your permission to admit them?
Yes.
Thank you. Part of that's a presentation by Mr. Connor Tomlin. Connor, tell us about the case.
Okay, docket item 11 is CD BZA 2026-113. This is 2740 Cypress Avenue in R2.5 zoning district. The request is a special exception to permit a 6-foot chain link fence to remain on the subject site, plus any additional variances. This is the general location of the site, and a closer look outlined here in yellow. This is an image of the site that was submitted. So the request is a special exception of 2 feet to the maximum height of a fence in a residential district to permit a fence height of 6 feet on the subject site. Again, that's a 2-foot change or 50% change to the requirement. A substantial change to the character of the neighborhood is anticipated as Google Street View imagery shows that fences exceeding 4 feet in height don't appear in this neighborhood or are not common. This difficulty could be obviated through a change of design, such as replacing the 6-foot chain link with a fence of 4 feet in height, which would be compliant with the code requirements. And that concludes my presentation.
Thank you, Connor. So this fence has already been built.
Yes, I'm not sure how long it's been there. I'll allow the
Yeah, the
applicant-
fence was there when we moved into this house.
Let me ask if we have questions of Connor. Any other questions of Connor? Board staff? All right. Ms. Gibson, why should we grant your request?
I didn't really understand why it couldn't be that height, given that you can see through it because it's a chain link fence. But like I also have dogs that like they're not mean or anything, but they bark and people are scared of them when they walk past them. So it's just for the safety of people to walk down the street and for my dogs, I would prefer to keep my fence the same way.
You say you moved in. Do you rent the house or do you own it? Do you own it?
I'm buying, yes,
And how long have you been in the home?
since 2021.
And the fence was there in 2021?
Yes.
Learn about this through a neighborhood complaint, no doubt.
It was through a zoning violation from the compliance officers, yes.
Any other fences in the neighborhood, Ms. Gibson, that are 6 foot?
There was a couple others that were, but they have brought theirs down. But I'm the only house on the neighborhood that has a dog in the yard. And the
Big
front
dog?
yard's the only like safe, shady area for them to play in.
I was gonna ask if there was a
Yeah.
backyard for the dogs also.
The people that were in the house before us, they had sharp rocks in the backyard, and then it's since like gotten a little bit of grass over it, but it's not enough to like keep their feet safe. And it would cost me more money to get rid of the rocks or do something with that than to leave it how it
Big
is.
dogs? Are these big dogs?
I do have one big dog and one small dog. They're very friendly. They have not met a person they don't like.
Backyard fenced in?
The backyard is not completely fenced in, no.
We hate to establish a precedent that, but I understand the fence was there for 6 years, 5 years. Of course, on this board, you need a simple majority on a fence case. So 3 out of the 5 of us need to agree with what you're requesting today.
Okay.
These are always so tough.
Or would be that it was a complaint. I mean, Same time, it was there, it's been there for several years. Deciding factors is if it was built by the current person that didn't follow the requirements. This wasn't given the proper details upon purchasing the home that this was not. I know before too, in census transparency, we always wanted some type of I mean, honestly, you are allowed 6 feet in the backyard. And so kind of only be my other kind of this, and probably your neighbors will probably feel safer too if your dog in the backyard.
I agree. If it was a wood fence, you could have it cut, but I mean, you can't really do that with chain link fence.
Bill? You, Ms. Wright, that you can see through it. I'll leave it to
Normally
my
we'd
board
say no.
members.
Yeah, I would definitely have a different opinion if you put the fence in yourself.
She bought the house that way, so they did. Bill? Some board members. The 6-footer.
On top of a wall.
I know, I saw it. I
Like
always
that?
saw that. I
That's
always saw that. I always saw it. You can't fool us on that, Maya. But the grass on the grassy knoll is
Correct. Jazz, do you have comments?
I think we've got a lot of precedent on these fence cases. And I don't know that there's special circumstances that would warrant a special exception. The applicant is permitted to have a 6-foot fence in the backyard to keep the dogs in. Those are my thoughts. I'll make a motion to move things along.
Go ahead.
On docket item 11, case 113, I move that we deny the applicant's request.
Motion from Mr. Hayes. Do I have a second on the denial? Hearing none. Do you have another motion?
Docket item 11, case number 113. Motion to approve the applicant's request for the special exception in accordance with with staff report.
A motion from Mr. Meyer. Do I have a second on that one?
Second.
Second from Gorens.
Lawrence,
Aye.
Wright,
Aye.
Hayes,
Opposed?
Meyer.
Aye.
Ebbets.
Opposed, but it only need 3 positive votes. The project is approved. Good luck with it. Thanks for coming, Ms. Gibson.
Thank you so much.
Okay, docket item number 14. Case CD BZA 2026-116, a request to appeal a notice of violation related to an abandoned pole sign on about 0.4 acres generally located at 5840 Troost Avenue Anna Naniski is the staff planner for this case, and we have the applicant here in person. If you are a member of the public who would like to testify on this case, please raise your hand online or approach the microphone on the podium to be sworn in. Not have any hands raised online.
All right. Sir, please raise your right hand to be sworn. Do you solemnly swear or affirm to tell the truth and nothing but the truth in this meeting today? If so, please say I do, along with your name and address.
I do. Tony Nichols, with Furry Little Friends at 5840 Troost Avenue.
Thank you, Tony. There are a list of administrative exhibits labeled 1 to 11 for us to hear your case today. Do you have any questions on those exhibits?
I do not.
Have your permission to admit them?
Yes.
Great, those are admitted. Part of that as a presentation by Ms. Anna to your left.
Okay. This is case A 2026-116, and as previously mentioned, this is the applicant seeking to appeal a notice of violation related to an abandoned pole sign on the subject site. The property is located along Troost, kind of in the midtown portion of Kansas City, Missouri. This is more specifically a closer look at the site at the intersection of 59th Street and Troost Avenue. This is a copy of the notice of abandonment. This is for the pole sign. And this is a look at the subject site, the photographs taken when the inspection occurred. So you can see that there was a automotive use occurring in the commercial structure that exists on the site. And then you see the pole sign in question over towards the left. This is a closer look at it. So it is filled with the Prosperity name and some details, but it also includes some information that suggests that the business is located at a different location and not on the subject site. So per the zoning and development code, non-conforming signs like this pole sign, they can be deemed abandoned if they're blank or if they're advertising a business activity or service that is no longer operating or available at the subject site. I really won't also get into the fact that this is also kind of an off-premise sign since the business does not appear to be active on the subject site, but because the notice of abandonment is specifically related to the fact that there's no activity of the subject business on the subject site. So to wrap up, pole signs, they're no longer a permitted sign type within Kansas City, Missouri. So once they're deemed abandoned, in this case, advertising a business that does not appear to be active on the subject site, it's deemed abandoned and then it must be removed. There was a zoning compliance case on this property before when it was the automotive use and the automotive information was in the pole sign, and the inspection notes attached to that case suggests that Prosperity put their sign in at that time and was using the site, so that case was closed out. But it does appear that just because that case was resolved doesn't mean that the property can't come into in compliance again. And the review criteria for an appeal case is that the appeal must be sustained only if the Board of Zoning Adjustment finds that the administrative official of error and the photo evidence and the code interpretation illustrate that the zoning and development code was applied correctly to the. That concludes my staff report. I'll be happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, Anna. Questions of Anna? So again, to be clear, the photo evidence reflects that the pole sign was advertising a business that was not there. At least that's the city's contention.
Go back to, there's, the four, there's no one in the parking lot. The windows are all dark. It does not appear to be an active business within this building. Yet the Prosperity logo is within the pole sign.
Further questions of Anna or staff? All right. Why should we grant your request today? Why should we overturn their decision?
Thank you for your time. So the property, we're not disputing that we're advertising Prosperity on that sign. We do own, Prosperity is company Furry Little Friends owns both our building at 1 block north and the site at 5840. We only use that site right now for storage. We have identified, in April, we actually got bids to do a full renovation of that building. We just haven't started the capital campaign of that building to do that. We haven't secured the funds for that yet. So, it still has security. It still has all utilities on there, all active within that facility. The reason we won't be using it for the Prosperity School, the goal is potentially in the future use it for a mobile grooming site. It would host our vans for our mobile grooming site. We just have to, like I said, secure the funds to get that part of the business up and going. So I won't dispute that the outside of the building isn't in the best condition. And as part of that bid that we got to renovate the entire building, we've actually isolated just doing some of the exterior work, replacing all the garage doors, refresh a paint, and redo the fencing around the backside to clean up the exterior as we try to secure the rest of the funds to do the full renovation of the interior of the building.
Okay. We've had these sign cases before, sir, and it's city, and I personally don't like pole signs anyway. So we had one that was taken down Main Street, 39th Street by the Westport School not too long ago. I'm not sure. I see evidence that there was activity inside this location. Board member, but
same entity does own both buildings?
Yes. We own.
Storage doesn't count, correct? I mean, does storage count as an active business?
And that's what, is up for the board to determine. There's no definition of activity in the zoning and development code, but there is principal use, which is an activity or a combination of activities of chief importance on the lot. Is Prosperity's main, use or main chief of importance of their business storage? City staff would argue no. It's, offices, the school, something related to that pet use. But,
And if I could add to that, I did leave off that it was purchased for storage, but also for parking for our students. We don't have very much parking right around our location up on 5805. So students and our school's only in session Tuesday through Friday, so I don't remember what day that was taken, but often there's overflow parking in that space as well.
What kind of signage do you have at your other location?
We just have a sign on the building. We don't have a pole sign at that location. So when they purchased this property, it was already there. They're like, well, we might as well advertise our school 1 block north since we own the property.
Nice building you have. The other one.
Yeah, it's I think it was renovated 3 years ago, 3 or 4 years ago. I also own property at student dorms at 6001 Troost.
Anyway, are you the director of Furry Little Friends? Or are you the building owner?
No, I'm the finance director for Prosperity, which is the company there. Furry Little Friends is just the LLC that owns our buildings.
You guys have utility bills and such for this building for the last?
Yep.
The last year?
And security, it's got full, motion and interior and door
That's
sensors.
monitored.
It's monitored, yes.
Have invoices.
Absolutely.
Oh, it's weird. I honestly think it's odd to have. I was in the retail business for 20 years, and I think it would be odd to have my business sign saying somewhere else, whether it's a block away or 5 blocks away. I find that kind of odd, but
I think it was a unique situation. I didn't work for Prosperity at the time these decisions were made, but I think that the opportunities there that we purchased the building,
Sure.
the intent was that we were going to use it for, so like, let's put some sort of sign in there so it's usable space.
I'd love to hear some other board members' opinions. I have mixed feelings if it's been used and they can prove that they've been paying utilities, and I personally don't like our policy at all for signs, but it's our policy. And I've been very vocal about that. And I mean, this is one thing that I don't think this board has given in on at all. I don't know one time that we have. This is actually probably one of the nicest looking pulse signs that I've seen.
Right. We've
So,
seen others that are empty.
But the policy doesn't say anything about the color or how nice or anything like that. So I would love to get some others' opinion. I mean,
Yeah, I would agree.
Yeah,
I think we've been very, oh, go ahead, Hayes.
Oh, I was
Yes,
just
go
gonna
ahead.
say we've got a long precedent on these pole sign cases. I know applicants can be really frustrated by policy, and it's very understandable. But uh, with the review criteria of an appeal, we would have to determine that staff made an error in issuing the notice of violation. And the code says it would be deemed abandoned if they're blank or advertising a business activity or product or service that is no longer operating or available on the property which the sign is located. I think it's apparent that this sign's not advertising a business that you could patronize at that site. I think it's abandoned. I don't think staff erred. I'm just one board member.
Ms. Wright, you have an opinion?
Oh, yeah, I was gonna essentially, say the same. You have to understand if staff erred in looking at previous cases. Strict, how we, address these situations. Essentially, the sign has to be advertising a
I just don't know if a block to the north works. If there was hours on the door, it'd be a different story, but
And we had discussed putting window clings all across on that property, describing our business, but I just want to be full transparent. We will not be operating like the school out of there until we do a full capital campaign, and then we can operate mobile grooming in there. So it would be essentially adding window clings, cleaning up the outside to say, hey, we're still 1 block to north, parking here for this business.
So from a compliance standpoint, off-premise
Baker, sorry. In the
compliance standpoint, off-premise advertising has other standards that you'd have to meet, and I don't think that site would meet that criteria. I'd also like to add that this site reviewed in 2024. We were under the impression that you were going to move into that space sooner or have activity or business.
Yeah, like I said, I'm new to the team there, but it was that the funding sources just didn't, come available in time for that. So that's why projects got a little delayed.
I'll make a motion to move things along. I move that on docket item 14, case 116, we deny the applicant's appeal.
I have a motion for Mr. Hayes. Second from somebody? Second from Ms. Wright.
Lawrence, Wright,
Aye.
Hayes,
Aye.
Meyer,
Aye.
Ebbets,
Aye as well. I'm sorry, sir. It's got to come down.
Appreciate your time.
Got two more to go and then we can break for lunch, or are you guys dying now? Look at you, sir. Anybody? What should we do?
I'm fine.
Okay. Docket item number 15 is case CD BZA 2026-118, a request to approve a special exception to the maximum height of a fence in the front yard of a residential lot, plus any additional variances on about 6.77 acres, generally located at 3000 Northwest 64th Street. Liz Collins is the staff planner for this case, and Jacob Littrell, the applicant, is online. You do need to accept the promotion to panelist in order to speak. And then Jamie Bradley also has their hand raised. Jamie Bradley to panelist. If you would both turn on your cameras and microphones to be sworn in.
James?
Jacob Littrell and Jamie Bradley.
All right. I see both people there. Please raise your right hands to be sworn in. Do you solemnly swear or affirm to tell the truth and nothing but the truth in this meeting today? If so, please say I do, along with your name and address. Jacob, let's go with you first.
I do. Jacob Littrell, 1901 Main Street, Suite 200, Kansas City, Missouri, 64108.
I do. Jamie Bradley, 3000 Northwest 64th Street, Kansas City, Missouri.
Thank you. Who's going to be speaking on the case today? Jacob or Jamie?
I think I'll probably start and then Jacob will back me up if and
Okay.
when I need to.
That's great, Jamie. There are a list of administrative exhibits that are associated with your case. They're labeled 1 to 10. Do you have any questions on those?
No,
Do I have your permission to admit them?
please.
Thank you. Those are admitted. Part of that is a presentation by Liz Collins. Liz, tell us about this case.
There we go. Before you today, we have docket item number 15, CD BZA 2026-118, located at 3000 Northwest 64th Street, which is currently zoned R7.5. The applicant seeks a special exception to permit a 6-foot fence with an 8-foot gate surrounding the new single-family dwelling on the subject property. So here is a general look at where the subject site is located. It is just a ways north of here. And then here is a closer look at the subject property. I'll go ahead and make a note that this is technically considered a corner lot because we have Northwest 64th Street on the south and then North Daggett Road to the east. However, North Daggett Road is a part of the Line Creek Trail. So it is not a road that can be, accessed by a car, but it is technically considered right of way. And then here is the site plan that was submitted by the applicant. That shows the single family dwelling that was recently built here and where the fence line is in black that just surrounds the house but is not next to the property line. Here's where the road is. And then here are some photos from the applicant. This I believe is from the right of way or like the approach towards it. And then here's a closer look coming down the driveway of the fence and the gate. And then here are just some other photos that kind of show what the gate or what the gate and the fence look like. So the request is a special exception of 4 feet to the standard to permit a 6-foot fence and an 8-foot gate on the subject site per the submitted site plan. This is considered a 100% change, just because the maximum fence height in the front and street side yards for a corner lot is 4 feet. However, a substantial change to the character of the neighborhood is not necessarily anticipated. The fence is set back from Northwest 64th Street and the Lion Creek Trail enough that staff does not believe it can be easily seen from the right of way and thus would not create a detriment to the neighborhood. This being said, the difficulty could be obviated by a change in design. If the portion of the fence and gate in the front yard were lowered to 4 feet, a special exception would not be required. And then looking at the review criteria, criteria 1 is that there is good and sufficient cause to grant the special exception commensurate with the degree and nature of the request. So the applicant is requesting a special exception for an existing 6-foot black steel fence with an 8-foot gate. So due to the site being wooded, the applicant is requesting a taller fence to keep deer off of the property. While staff understands the owner's desire to keep wildlife away from the house, staff also finds that the requested heights are excessive for a typical residential property. However, I did just want to make a note that this was discovered when an inspector from the city went out to do the final certificate of occupancy for the new single-family dwelling. So the certificate of occupancy cannot be issued for the house until either the fence receives a special exception or it is brought down to be 4 feet to be in compliance with the code. So the second piece of review criteria is that excuse me, I didn't change that in my slides correctly. My apologies. The second piece of review criteria is that the special exception will not adversely affect the appearance of the neighborhood or the adjacent properties. Staff does not believe that the proposed fence would negatively affect the appearance of the neighborhood. However, approval of this special exception may lead to further requests for taller fences on residential properties, especially for fences that have previously been constructed. And then the last review criteria is that the wall or fence is compatible with the existing residence and building in terms of materials, color, and design. While we don't have any photos of the of the recently built dwelling, the fence is a black steel fence that provides transparency to both sides of the lot. And there are also 2 stone walls with fencing above it next to the entrance gate. And staff finds that the fence is compatible with the new single-family dwelling. And with that, that is the end of my presentation. I'll take any questions.
First picture you showed looked like it was a forest. Is that right?
Yes, so this is a very heavily wooded lot. If you see this
Over 6
wall
acres,
here,
correct?
yes, it's over 6 acres. Here's this wall here is where the fence is. And this, I believe, is from the approach on the driveway, but the applicant or can clarify.
Yeah, that's correct.
Yes.
You can't see anything. Yeah.
Yeah. And our aerials are outdated, so we don't have one with the new house on it.
Cannot see the gate from the street.
That's this shot right here is like right at the edge of the street, so that is probably the one spot you can stand to see the most of it right there. Because the trees on either side of the driveway extend quite a bit. It's a little bit more open further down the lot. But you can't see the fence from there either.
Doing
Pull
the
your microphone
certificate of
closer, please.
occupancy for the house. So, any other
Just a
questions?
note, I hear online that both Mr. Gorens and Ms. Wright are very hard to hear. If you could pull your microphones closer.
Okay. Yes.
So any other further questions of Liz Collins?
Not for staff.
Okay, for staff. So, Jamie, I heard you're going to be the spokesman, at least to start. Tell us why we should approve your request.
Yeah, well, first of all, it was my fault. I did not interpret the rules correctly to understand that even though it was going to be more than 125 feet off of the front property line, that it would still be considered a front fence situation. I mistakenly thought that at some point it's just considered an interior fence, and
Are you
not
with the fence
applicable.
company?
No. Was I? I'm sorry. What was the question?
I was asking if you're with the fence company, if you installed the fence or not.
No, no, I'm the homeowner.
You're the
Yeah.
homeowner?
Mm-hmm.
I won't yell at you then.
I appreciate it. Yeah. So, you guys already mentioned that it's practically invisible from the front. It really doesn't seem like it should impact anybody. I have had a chance to talk with a couple of my neighbors, notably the one across the street, and they're totally okay with it. We did do the gate. It is kind of substantial, but that is to make it look like a presentable entryway. Ironically, we decided to do a little bit more there because we thought it would make it look better and less of an issue for anybody else from a design or aesthetic perspective. And yeah, I've got a mother-in-law who lives with us, which is new to this. That living arrangement's new at this house. She's a gardener. Part of how we got her into this place was the opportunity that she was going to be able to take advantage of doing a lot of gardening. And a 4-foot fence is just not enough to keep a deer away. Even with 6 foot, we don't plant anything too enticing near the fence, which we haven't. So yeah, that's where we are. We really like to be able to keep the deer out of there, and hope that it doesn't seem like too much of an impact to inconvenience anyone else for that to happen.
Jacob, you're on the design team. How did that happen?
I'm sorry, what was that?
You're on the design team, so.
Yeah, yes, we
why'd
were
you build an
the
8-foot.
architect for the home. That's correct.
And Jamie, so if I'm driving down, was it 64th Street?
Uh-huh.
And I see this fence. I see that one picture, but I don't know how close you are to the street at that point.
It's like a
Yeah, I can just chime in there, Jamie. The fence is set back 138 feet at its closest point from the property line. And there were actually a few additional photos that we had shared with Liz. I don't know if she has them there, but we just took photos kind of from the west side of the property down to the east side of the property along 64th Street. The ones that she did share are the ones that where the gate and the fence do become a little bit visible from the street. The rest of the length of that property line, it's really not visible because it is buried in the trees. As Jamie noted, it's a heavily wooded property, and so the fence is almost invisible from the street because of the significant amount of trees on the property.
Those additional photos can be found in the staff report for anyone who's interested.
And you fence the entire property?
No, it's probably like about 2 acres of the 6.5 plus surrounding the house.
Board members, other questions?
I'll share some thoughts. So, I think special exceptions, I think are kind of meant for stuff like this, which is where there are special circumstances. Of course, the review criteria for a special exception are much looser than that of a variance or, say, an appeal or something like that. And looking at the review criteria, I think, this fence looks very nice. It doesn't stick out. It's very well screened. I think it has a reasonable cause. Um, I think it being so far away from the street, heavily wooded, I I I don't have a big problem with this fence personally as one board member.
Perhaps a motion.
On docket item 15, case 118, I move that we grant the applicant's request for a special exception in accordance with site plan and staff report.
I have a motion from Mr. Hayes. Do I have a second?
Second.
Second from Mr. Gorens.
Lawrence,
Aye.
Wright,
Aye.
Hayes,
Aye.
Meyer,
Aye.
Ebbets.
Aye. Your project is approved. Good luck with it. Thank you, gentlemen.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Last case today is docket item number 16. It's case CD BZA 2026-96, a request to approve a variance to the setback of a building for an animal service use in an R80 district plus any additional variances on about 13 acres generally located at 14501 Kelly Road. Connor Tomlin is the staff planner for this case, and the applicant is online. I'm going to promote Rick Myers and Aaron Worth, two panelists. And if there's any other member of the public who would like to speak on this case, please raise your hand online or approach the microphone on the podium to be sworn in. And Aaron and Rick, if you would turn on your camera and microphone to be sworn in.
I think mine should be on. Can you hear me okay?
Yes.
Okay.
Rick Myers, if you would turn on your camera and microphone.
Got Aaron. Rick, what about you?
No. All right, can you hear me now?
Perfect. Please raise your right hands to be sworn. Do you solemnly swear or affirm to tell the truth and nothing but the truth in this meeting today?
Yes.
So
I do.
let's start with Rick first. Could I say I do along with your full name?
I do. Rick Myers, address 14550 Raytown Road, Kansas City.
Great. And?
I do. Aaron Worth, 14501 Kelly Road.
Thank you, gentlemen. Who's going to be speaking at least initially on your case? Rick or Aaron?
I'll be speaking in opposition.
Oh, okay. I didn't know that. Aaron, there are a list of administrative exhibits labeled 1 to 9 that are
Yeah.
associated with your case. Do you have any questions on those exhibits?
I do not know.
And do I have your permission to admit them?
Yes, you do.
Great. Part of that is a presentation by Mr. Connor Tomlin here in the suite. Connor, tell us about the case.
All right, I have docket item 16, CD BZA 2026-96, located at 14501 Kelly Road. This is an R80 zoning district. The variance request is to the setback requirement for the expansion of an animal service use plus any additional variances. General location, just east of Grandview. This is a closer look at the site here. You'll see it's the first property east of Grandview here on Kelly Road. This is the site plan that was proposed. You'll see outlined here in yellow the proposed expansion, and then there is a breezeway essentially connecting the existing structure to the addition. And this is a little bit better schematic here showing that connection and then what this is going to look like with a training facility, play area for the dogs, and an abundance of offices. And then this is what the elevation of that addition would look like. And then another rendering, of course, of that addition. So the variance request is a variance of 87 feet to the required setback of an animal service use to permit a setback of 113 feet on the subject site. Per submitted site plan, that is a 43.5% change. The substantial change to the character of the neighborhood is not anticipated as the existing structure on the subject site is already performing an animal service use. My understanding is dog training and boarding, and it is already set closer than 200 feet to the property line. As the applicant has stated to me that the building was constructed before such code requirement was adopted for that setback. The difficulty could be or could not be obviated through a change of design, and that concludes my presentation.
Thank you. Questions of Connor? So Connor, this building that's there now is already out of compliance?
Right, so it's closer than 200 feet to the property line. However, it's my understanding that it was constructed prior to that requirement being adopted through ordinance.
That's correct. I purchased it in 2020 and I haven't changed anything since then, so.
So he wants to build a new, or are we just approving what's already there?
So there's an expansion, an addition that's going on. So, well, here, allow me to share my screen again really quickly. I'll zoom in on this image. So you'll see the existing structure here. There's a breezeway here in black that will be connecting to an addition. So it's essentially an addition onto the existing structure that would then require that variance.
All right, Aaron, why should we approve your request today, sir?
So yeah, so I'm really excited about this expansion. I've been here since 2018. And one thing is that we've been looking for a commercial building and we've been looking to add to expand and add to a commercial building. But we're just really excited about this property and for the animals, dogs, people really love it out here. And what we're doing is I live on the top of this current building. So really the business is just the bottom of this building right now. And then we're looking just trying to transfer the boarding from this property, which is my home, to slide it over to kind of take over. So we're just looking to take on and kind of expand a little bit more and add more space onto it. And then one thing we're also doing too, we do understand that there's noise to be said with dogs. We've designed them so there's small individual rooms in this new facility. Right now they're in one large room. So this will actually help with the noise reduction because there won't be one big room of dogs. There's 4 smaller rooms for them. And then also they all have their own HVAC system, their own noise separation. So it'll actually reduce the noise when we're separating it the way we are.
All right. Rick, I want to hear your concerns today, sir. Tell us what your concerns are.
Sure. Yeah, I appreciate it. So as the gentleman stated, the current dog kennel business is run out of his home. So I certainly understand why he wants to build a separate building. It's an awful large building, 4,200 square feet. And so I'm just concerned that, if you do some standard math based on some typical dog kennels, that thing could house 50 to 60 dogs. Now, I don't know what his plans are. He acted like there's just a couple rooms. I'll take him at his word. But if that building gets approved, theoretically, it could house 50 or 60 additional kennels, given a 5x10 for larger dogs and maybe 3x7 for smaller dogs. So I appreciate his comments around air conditioned and soundproof. That's a very large building. I'm wondering if that can really be done. I mean, it looks like a barn or a kind of a Morton building. So I'm really wondering, if it can truly be soundproofed and air conditioned, based on some current standards. But I think my concerns around noise are certainly warranted based on that quantity of dogs that could be there. But I'm also concerned about, if we do increase the number of animals back there significantly, what is the waste management plan? So I know there's requirements from the state of Missouri around settlement ponds or septic systems. I live downhill. I'm immediately adjacent to the property. I'm downhill from the property, so I'm concerned that if it's just going to be washed out and run down the hill, that's all going to run right onto my property. So I'd be very interested in understanding how the waste is going to be managed, and will that be managed in accordance with Missouri state regulations. And then I guess my final concern is the access road to this facility. So Kelly Road is the frontage to this home and eventual business. It's a very narrow road with deep ditches on each side, and it's not maintained by the city or the county. So again, given the increase in potential number of animals and customers coming in and out of the place, you know, in wintertime, that road is rarely, if ever, plowed. So I'd be concerned on that front as well.
Thank you, Rick. So looking at the site map, are you to the north of him?
I'm
West,
immediately east.
Aaron, how do you want to address that?
So
How do you
yeah,
want to address his concerns?
So all of our plumbing and sewage is all lined up through our septic right now, and that's what the design for is. The new design is to add on to that. So we are taking care of that now, and then we do dispose of our waste. We have a company that comes and picks it up if it gets too much. So we do have a company that comes out 3 times a week or 3 times a month. So we don't we don't throw the poop in the field or anything like that. It's not just going out into the open field. It's bagged up and disposed of properly. So it's taken to the landfill, if not by us, by another company. So yeah. And then all the sewage is set up to drain out and then catch up on the backside of it.
And is that it? Can I address him directly, sir? I don't want to. So is that handled via a holding pond or a leach field, or how is that handled?
It's it's through plumbing up to the septic tank. So then we have a septic.
Right.
We're on the septic.
The outflow of the septic is what, a leach field, or is it like an evaporation pond, or what is it?
I guess I couldn't answer that specifically. I don't know exactly what it's set up to on the back end of it. So.
Well, in looking at the aerials, there is a pond. It looks like kind of between your place and mine. So if that's the evaporation pond for the septic, that kind of underscores my concerns.
Yeah, I'd have to look into it myself to double check and see. And if that's
I don't know if the staff can pull back up that aerial photo, the Google Earth photo.
Yes, I can. Give me just a moment.
So, assumption on my part that to the right of the home there, right below the word R80. So yeah, right where your cursor's at, that looks like an evaporation pond to me. Again, I don't know that because there's no other pond on the facility. And then further to the right, just beyond the yellow, is my house. Correct, right there.
Show me again. I'm sorry, Connor, I wasn't looking. Sorry.
Of the neighbor house or of the pond?
So the pond.
The pond is right here.
His house is off to the right.
Yes.
Which is downhill from that pond.
Rick, today, do you have odors coming from that area today?
Odors, not that I notice. I hear them barking, but I don't notice any odors. But I guess my concern would be if this thing increases by 5 or 10-fold, then what's that going to be?
Yeah, the numbers won't be quite 5 or 10, Rick. What I'm trying to do is basically taking the dogs out of the house now and trying to keep it a house. Just because, like I said, I'm trying to have a separation of a house and a business, just to try to keep this the business or keep this my house and then add on to the business. It wasn't really meant to be a long term. I've been looking through commercial real estate, and I just haven't found any place that I love and a building that I really love. So my real estate agent actually was the one who was like, if I were you, I would, keep it on your land. You own it, you have it, it's yours. And then I also love being on site with the dogs too. It's super safe and secure. But I do know what one thing I thought about is, planting some more tree lines between our properties, Rick, or even on kind of the south side, doing some tall trees that can kind of help with noise reduction. So there's things like that we could look at planting X amount of trees along the property line to help out with noise. But yeah,
You're
I've
gonna
never
have
smelt
all
it out
those
there too
trees.
bad.
Are you going to take out all those trees there to the south of your home?
No, it's actually, so if you go back, Connor, if you slide over, you can see that we're still gonna be able to keep a solid tree line. So yeah, you see, we'll still be able to keep half of the tree line. We're not getting rid of all those trees. And then between the property line and kind of where that dead patch of grass is, that's where I would probably want to plant some more noise sounds just to keep the noise inside of that tree line.
And Aaron, no other place to put this than that particular location where you would not require a variance?
So the only thing is if we move it to the north side, it just would require right where that building's at actually. The number 10 marker which says building, that's where the electrical and all that stuff is. So economically, to keep the cost of building it the least amount, that would be the cheapest based on the design. So trying to keep all the electric and all that stuff. And then it is an aesthetic look when clients come up to the property. If you look at the north side of it, that's where it's all an open pasture and field. So it's a little more open, and it would, kind of ruin a little more of the aesthetics of it, as in addition to cause higher cost for building.
I do want to add that when a non-conforming structure has an addition put onto it, the entire thing now has to come into conformance. So if they placed it on any other side of the existing structure, they would still have to seek a variance because it would still be within that 200 feet regardless.
So he needs variance no matter what.
If they were to do the addition. If there's no addition, then they still have that non-conforming status.
Connor, I'm not trying to be stupid here, but so the house right now is out of compliance in terms of how many feet? 200? What's the differential?
Let me pull up my
out. I'm not.
So I thought it was 300, and that's like 250.
So the setback requirement is 200 feet to all property lines for an animal service use. And it looks like for the existing structure, 167 feet to the south property line, 254 to the east property line, and 221 to the north property line.
All right.
So if I'm understanding correctly, Connor, he's got legal non-conforming status right now, but building anything requires a variance, wherever he puts it. And it presumably he would have to, he might be able to get a smaller variance if located elsewhere.
It's possible, yes, that would be true. Given the scale of the proposed building addition, you could have an additional variance to one of the other property lines if it were to fall under that 200-foot requirement.
Aaron, I don't know whether you might want to come back and maybe give us a second place where you might want to, you'd feel comfortable in placing this new addition. Sounds like the neighbor to your east, excuse me. Yeah, to your east is concerned.
So I think regardless if it was north of the property line or south of the property line, we're not moving farther east. And the size of the building being 30 feet out, I mean, you couldn't really go any smaller than that, really. I don't think lengthwise isn't, a huge deal.
I was thinking more west than east.
So the only thing with that is that there's already kind of like this asphalt here and the driveway here. And then, like I said, the electrical and all that stuff is right there too. So then it would be a new build then, or a new property line rather than being an extension. Is that what you're saying?
Well, I was thinking more west of your home, in that I'm seeing a big green area on this aerial map. And that kind of
Yeah.
puts it kind of in the middle of your property versus
So where you're
on the
pointing at,
southern
right
end or the
straight ahead
western end.
there.
Yeah, are you talking about right here?
Sorry, I got extra mousy.
Straight out in the middle. You mean in the middle of the property? That would be northwest, right?
Well, I was thinking farther west, where it looks like the big yellow box that I'm looking at goes all the way to the county line.
So, just to
Connor, on that.
clarify, so this boundary is their property lines.
Yes.
I guess where are you describing?
Go to page 2 of the staff report. There you go.
There you go. To the west of his home and up there. See that big green area?
This out here? You're proposing a
Well,
completely separate structure?
I was just trying to get away from the east side of the property where he wants to put it now, and even towards the south side, kind of.
Doesn't it have to be
It would have to
behind?
be, it would have to be behind
Behind the
the
current
principal
house.
structure and not closer to the.
Oh, I see. Yeah, that's right. Yeah, I don't know.
Is that due to accessory structure in the front yard sort of situation?
Yes.
Right.
305 stone.
Oh, board members, you can make a motion.
Well, I mean, to the neighbor to the east, though, I believe he said he might be more comfortable if he understood that pond and how that was going to be used. Is that accurate?
Rick, is that accurate?
Yeah, I mean, it would certainly help understanding the whole waste situation. Not sure it's going to help the noise. Again, I think my big concern is the size of that structure lends itself to a massive expansion. Right now, his drawing didn't show that. He's talking about small number of dogs. But theoretically, you could get 50 or 60 dogs in there, and then you start talking, a whole different noise level, whole different waste level.
So it is a bigger building, but there's the play. It won't be all for boarding dogs, Rick. There's a play yard, there's runs, there's a training room for it, break rooms, offices. It's really spread out just to the point of getting more space and not being on top of each other. The thing with the dogs is that when a dog gets sick, they get a thing called kennel cough, and it's airborne. So then we have to quarantine the dogs. We're not allowed to take dogs. So my new design is to set up individual housings for them so they're not on top of each other. You'd have a few dogs in each room rather than all on top of them in one room. So yeah, do you see the offices, the wash area, the playroom? It's not all designed square footage for strict boarding, Rick. And then yeah, we could get my engineer on the phone and see if he could help explain that. I'm a business owner and a dog trainer, but I'm not very I don't know the mechanics of the plumbing to a T,
A quick question for staff. Do you guys happen to know if, and this is probably outside of your purview, but the regulations regarding the scale of a dog train business on an R80 lot?
I personally do not. So we have the animal service standards. If I can find that really quick.
88,315.
Yeah, so it looks like I can just outline the few standards. All animal shelter and boarding must be within a completely enclosed, soundproofed, and air-conditioned building. In District R80, shelter and boarding kennels and stables shall be located no less than 200 feet from any property line. Domestic animals may be exercised in a designated and fenced area outside the building with an attendant. All outdoor runs and exercise must be hard serviced or grassed. And then landscaping, screening, and fencing to shield the use from adjoining properties and or public right-of-ways. And then there's just an additional noise limits standard as well, that there may be no noise disturbance across property lines into any residential district exceeding 60 decibels between the hours of 7 a.m. and 10 p.m. and 55 decibels between the hours of 10 p.m. and 7 a.m.
And then there are separate regulations just for animals that are not enforced by city planning and development. I believe that's chapter 14 of the municipal code. We couldn't answer any questions about chapter 14.
How many dogs do you currently board?
We
At
have about
most?
20 to 25.
20 or 25?
Yeah.
Okay. And what is your plan for this new build?
Right now it's up to about 40.
So, Rick, is your biggest concern the increase of dogs, or is your biggest concern the waste and where it's going?
Well, well, I
Knowing
think
those numbers.
I think the two are related, right? So the scale in and of itself, adds to the noise, but then the waste is obviously a concern as well. And the larger those numbers get, obviously, the bigger the concern.
I think we need to lay this for it because I'm not feeling comfortable. As one board member, I'm not feeling really comfortable, and I think Rick and Aaron need to get together to figure out where the plumbing goes, so
I
to
agree.
speak. And once you came back and liked what you saw or didn't like what you see, that give me more comfort in voting on this issue. How's 2 weeks or 4 weeks sound? Aaron?
I think 2
Rick,
weeks-
can you meet with him over the next couple weeks?
We're neighbors. We ought to be able to talk.
Yeah, we're September 9th and September 23rd are our next two meetings, maybe.
I think we can do it by the 9th, Rick.
Sounds good.
So September 9th?
Yep, I'll entertain a motion to delay.
Make a motion that docket item 16, case 96, that we continue this till September 9th.
Appreciate
Got a
the
motion?
consideration, folks. Thank you.
Guys.
Wait, I've got a motion, Mr. Meyer, second from someone,
Second.
second from Miss Wright.
Gorence, Wright,
Aye.
Hayes,
Aye.
Meyer,
Aye.
Ebbets.
Aye, we'll see you on the 9th.
Thank you.
Thank
Any
you.
other business before the board? If not, we are adjourned. Thank you, everybody, for staying really late. I thought we'd be done by now. Recording stopped. Thank you.
Connor Keppels.